Hey folks, welcome once again to the Human Music live stream. Today we are doing again, I don't have a whole lot of time, so I have to do something that I'm good at. So yeah, I'm gonna do a funk tune today. So that should be easy enough for me. It's deceptively complex usually because as simple as funk is, in order to make it really funky, you gotta know what you're doing, and hopefully I know what I'm doing. So we're gonna start a Pro Tools session here with my template, which includes all of the drum tracks. So I'm probably just gonna start with a drum beat and then a bass line and then some guitars and keys and maybe a trombone. And hopefully I can do something that sounds cool and compelling within about an hour that I have free today to do this. Alrighty, so let's not waste any time. I'm going to call this the LiveStream Funk 1, right? Because I probably won't do just one in my lifetime writing music for this music library, which will be called humanmusic.org. Stay tuned. I already have some logos in from the designer. So I'm excited. I'm going to have a talk with my website designer, and we're going to choose one of the logos, and things are moving forward quite well, so that the humanmusic.org website will be up soon with lots of these cool tracks available for you people to use, listen to, and play over, or whatever you want to do with it. They're for you. Okay, let's create this Pro Tools session here. And here's all the drums. And I was watching a video about the Foo Fighters' first album and listening to the producer talk about how it was done. And you know what? I found out that Dave Grohl, at least on that album, used kind of similar process to what I do. So he actually played the drums first without any click or scratch track, just imagining the song in his head, which is often what I like to do to keep things real, to keep things raw and human. Just play drums to no click and just imagining, and trying to put myself in game mode rather than practice mode. That's an important concept. It's so, instead of just playing kind of blandly as if I'm practicing or something, try to imagine that I'm on stage or this is the real deal. This is a real recording. Quincy Jones is sitting here looking at me, expecting something great. So I take a breath and I step into that role of a performer rather than, like practicing or whatnot. So, okay, so we're going to start with that. Just a straight up funky drum beat. Let's see what I can come up with. And then we'll come up with a bass line, which I should be pretty versed in because I've been practicing my bass a lot. It's been my main focus of late. Hey, is anybody here? Please say hi on the chat. Oh, by the way, my um, I've been looking at some of the older streams, some of the previous streams, and I noticed one, my little podcast mixer has been dropping out, causing problems. So I actually plugged it in straight this time. I unplugged my backup drive to make some room, and it's not going through any hubs. So hopefully that'll keep it from dropping out again. But please, if anybody stops hearing my voice, give me a heads up in the chat. Hey, David, good to see you, man. David is a good friend, someone I know personally, actually. We've hung out together at NobCon. Or was it? Actually, I think it was. Sorry, Synthplex. Oh, my sorry. Bonsoir, Lumimia. Welcome to today's stream. Bienvenue. Je parle un petit peu de français. parce que j'ai étudié à l'Alliance française au Brésil. J'ai été à Paris, en France, on tour. I've been on tour in France a couple of times back in the early 2000s, long time ago, over 20 years ago. And when I'm there, I pick up my French gets better quickly, and I'm able to communicate. But right now, I could probably understand if you speak slowly, but not really speak much. So anyway, I'm talking too much. I don't have a lot of time. We're doing some funk today, so I'm gonna go over to the drums. Now, one thing I realized listening to the old streams is I should turn off my vocal mic, right? This thing, when I go record the drums, because they get super loud. The drums sound way louder than everything else. And I should also bring the camera, bring the GoPro over there so you can see me. Um, playing the drums. It's glitching. It looks like the GoPro's glitching today for some reason. Look at that. I don't know what's going on there. I should maybe try to reconnect. I wonder why it's glitching like that. Anyway, I guess that's part of the charm of a live stream. Tu es très impressionné. Ah, merci, Lumimier. Okay. So I'm just going to hit record here. I'm not even going to use the count of 8 bars that I usually do because this time there's no click, there's no backing track. I'm just going to come up with a beat off the top of my head. Just feel it. I'm just going to feel it, go with it. So recording. Phantom power is on all of my drum microphones. I'm going to mute the vocal mic. Alrighty. I don't know. I made a few mistakes, a couple of wrong hits there, but I don't know. The worst come to worse, I can grab a loop and compose over the loop and then record drums over that. Oh, and look at that. Looks like I was hitting a little hard there, and we're almost clipping on the kick and snare. Almost. Looks like it didn't quite. A little bit on the snare there. So yeah, for next time, if I'm gonna hit that hard, I should probably keep the bring down the kick and snare mics a little bit. But let's listen to how this sounds. You already heard it. I haven't. Let's listen to this. Oh, it's a little soft there. I'm just gonna bring up my monitoring. There. So I can keep my headroom, or in fact, maybe I'll just bring up my own headphones a wee bit. So I just need to hear it a little louder, but looks like it's loud enough for you guys. I can see it kind of clipping here. All right, how's the audio, folks? Is it sounding okay? Okay. I did notice sometimes the audio from Pro Tools was a little soft or doubled. You know, hopefully I fixed all these issues this time. All right, so you can hear my voice, right? And you can hear these drums. Don't cat, don't cat, don't cat, don't. So I'm just gonna listen to it again and try to find those little mistakes I made, those little errors, and try to fix them. So the drums are perfect before I put in the bass. Let's just choose the fill to go in. Slip. Tada kadang tagada. You know, I might not use this fill for the song, but I'm gonna keep it as a count off. Right, so I'm gonna select, let's group the drums. So I'm gonna select the whole drum, all of the drum tracks here. I'm gonna do Command G on Pro Tools, name it the drums, right? And that way I can select and delete in shuffle so that the whole track starts with that fill there, right? And that gives you a nice little count off. Okay, I think I need the kick to be a little softer. Maybe the overheads as well. I don't think I ever played the rack tom, so we might not even need that. I did play the floor tom a little bit. Let's add a reverb for the drums here. Always Valhalla, but this time we're going to use kind of a short plate, fat drums perhaps. And let's send that. Yeah, just a little hint of reverb there. It's a funk tune after all. We want it to sound tight. I think I need a little bit more of that floor tom. Let's EQ this kick a little bit. We're gonna go to the neutron here. Neutron is nice because it's got everything. So sometimes tightening up the kick means bringing down some of those low mids that sound a little muddy. And my floor tom is also picking up kick. So you have to hear how they sound together. It's also picking up, it's a microphone that's underneath the floor tom. It's picking up floor tom, it's picking up kick, and it's picking up snare, this under. Something nice. There you go. I tightened up that kick a little bit. As you can see, I don't use a lot of plugins on my drums. Look, I went into like halftime thing here. Let's put in a compressor on my overall drums. That sounds pretty good already. I don't need to fiddle with this compressor too much. It sounded pretty good. Alright, let's get that bass. As we hear the drums, I just put some flat wound strings on my Precision. This is my Mexican made Fender Precision bass from 2017. It's nothing fancy. It's a pretty cheap, as Fenders go. Pretty cheap bass, simple. And I did put in some better pickups on it than it came with. These are DiMarzio pickups. And today I found this little Nerf bullet. Me and my girls like to play with Nerf guns around the house. And I actually stuck this in here to deaden the sound. And I also put in flat wound strings like James Jamerson used to use. So this is kind of a James Jamerson style bass. Now, the kind of funk that I'm playing here is not quite Motown, so it's not quite James Jamerson, but regardless, this should still sound pretty good. You know, I'm not really detecting too many mistakes there. Alright, I'm going to plug the P-Bass. The P-Bass is Leo Fender's first bass design, and it already solved the issue of hum, which became a problem with later designs. But Leo had the split coil already killed the hum. So I can plug this straight in with a cable, and it's not gonna sound hummy. I'm also using my brand new JHS pedal called the Color Box, and what this is, it simulates an old school Neve console. It's basically an old school Neve console channel strip circuit. So that should give us a nice line in, like James Jamerson himself didn't record with an amp, he recorded with a direct box. So I'm using a bass compressor into the color box, and now we need to get a sound. You know, nothing's really bothering me about the drums. When I was playing, I felt like I missed a note or two. We might notice them as we go on with the production here. But for now, I'm just going to leave it alone, and I'm going to open up an audio track here called bass. Now, the bass is plugged in to track 4 on my ADAT machine, my ADAT interface. So we're gonna select that as the input, ADAT 4. Now for some reason I'm not getting any sound. So let's track it. There we go. I'm already liking it. Yeah, I have a AB box here that can send my input signal to either of my 2 signal chains here. I have the HX stomp going into the night sky for more like ambient guitar stuff. And then I have a more simpler chain here, which is just a bass compressor going into, right now, the color box. So it's just soft though. There we go. Oh, that's sounding really nice, really vintage. So let's go to setup here, options, and activate low latency monitoring. So we're not hearing it doubled, right? Also, I probably need to make sure the space is in tune. So I'm going to quickly unplug it from the chain there and just turn on my handy Korg tuner here. Always, folks, I may seem like I do things kind of haphazardly, and but as far as tuning the instrument, I'm a stickler because it becomes quite a problem later. If you record bass out of tune and then you want to record some keys, then you're in trouble. So I always check my tuning. Yeah, sounding nice. Let's fiddle with the EQ a little bit. Here's mids. Here's some bass. Ooh, nice. Now it's clipping a little bit, right? Probably don't want to clip it, so we're gonna turn down the pre-volume here a little bit. There's a high pass. We definitely don't want the high pass on. Now I can play around with the bass frequency too, like which one I want to emphasize. That's a little high. That's sounding nice. Isn't it sounding nice? Hey, Yarrow TV. You use my music in your videos. Cool. Thank you very much. Purple Bass. Bonsoir. Bonsoir, Purple Bass. So I'm using my P bass today. I do also have my favorite bass currently, which is the Yamaha over here. But I just put, it's a Yamaha BB, brand new. It's more modern sounding though, brighter sounding. This is a P bass with flats and a mute, which I made with a Nerf bullet. So this is gonna sound pretty ditty. So let's see what let's see what I can come up with really quick. Entire is one of my favorite songs on my playlist. Oh, thank you, Charm. That was a fun one to make. It's so nice to see you friends over here joining me as I work today. I don't have a lot of time, so we're doing a funk tune that I can do quickly. So let's see what I can do as a first take here. I think this needs a little bit of brightness, a little bit of mids there, just to and again I'm using my color box pedal from JHS, which is like an old school analog console circuit. So I'm not using an amp simulation today, just the P-bass line sound with flat wound strings and a mute. Let's do it. I don't know. Drums sounded okay until I started playing the bass, and now I'm feeling like they're kind of sloppy. Let's try again. there's some good ideas there, but definitely not my best bass work. But again, we don't have a lot of time, so I don't know. I don't know if I should pick a loop and do this again over a loop, because I feel like I was kind of chasing the drums a little bit. So I don't know. Let's listen. Oh, looks like it. Bass is too loud to clip in here. Look at that. Look at that square bottom part of the wave there. So too loud. Recorded too loud. I like it. I like that I went to the 4 chord there. It's like, take it to the bridge, take it to the bridge. And the drums are still playing pretty much the same thing. I'm having second thoughts about this bass. Maybe this is the adequate bass for like Motown. This is nice. I went to the right cymbal here, and then I did a whole different thing. I went to the C, and to the A, and then to the E again. So this is like a bridge. This is a real bridge, right? The other thing was more like a B section, and I just went to the 4 chord. I like the bass line. Dun, dun, it sounds very classic, you know. Dun, 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 boom, boom, dun, boom, 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 digga, boom, digga, boom. But let's try with the Yamaha bass instead. So not the Motown thing, right? And I don't know. The drums don't. I mean, I am not mainly a drummer. I do play drums, but I mean, there are better drummers than me, and maybe I'm not funky enough as a drummer. You guys, are you hearing too much of the mic, my voice mic, picking up the bass clankiness? Or are you hearing mostly the DI? I do like this bass better for this song, I think. This is the Yamaha BB 734A. It's my newest bass. So of course, the new toy, the new love. Let's make sure it's in tune. And I don't know, we could also try it with an amp sim instead of through the color box. I mean, since we're not going for that Jamerson sound anymore, I don't need to stick with a old mixer channel strip sound, I can instead hold on, my friend Peter's writing to me. I should call him over to the stream. So let's open up a new bass playlist. And we'll plug the bass back in to the pedal chain here. Alrighty. Right, yeah, this is, I feel like this is a better bass for this. And I'm using the P pickup too. But I could use the PJ setup because this has precision and jazz bass pickups. So slapping sounds good too. Should I slap or should I fingerstyle, folks? What do y'all think? Charm, are you saying you prefer the first bass than this one? Is that what you mean? You said kinda the first one? Is that what you're saying? There's a delay, so I have to wait for your answer if you're there still. If we could hear the pickup on the mic. Oh, all right. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for being clear about what you're answering because there's a delay. Yeah, so I'll turn off. I'll mute the mic when I do the take, all right? That way y'all will just hear the bass directly online. Right. Yes, Charm, I get you. Thank you for being clear. Yeah, when I ask a question, try to be clear in your answer, what you're answering. All right, so I'm going to do a new bass take now. And this time I'm going to mute my microphone so that you only hear the direct sound. All right, let's do it. All right, so I anticipate the bass on the one, anticipate the one there. I don't know, should I slap or should I fingerstyle? I'm feeling like my slap is a little sloppy. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna fingerstyle this instead. All right, let's do this again. I'll mute my voice again. right? That's the anticipated note right there with the crash. So, right? That's how I should do it. Also, I have this fret wrap here that maybe I should use as a mute. But under the bridge here. Under the bridge downtown. And that'll give me a little bit cleaner articulation, cleaner ghost notes and stuff. See? So another kind of mute. Nice, I like that. I think that's the best of both worlds. So the muted Yamaha rather than the flat wound. Flat wound P bass. All right, let's do this again. Another bass take. I'm taking too long. I don't have a lot of time. Let's do it. Okay, I like that take way better. It doesn't seem to have distorted. I like the sound better. Oh, sorry. I like that y'all probably heard it better too because I had the mic, my vocal mic off. We just gotta unplug that cable there because this is an active bass, so it's going to be draining battery. All right. And I did make a few mistakes as far as like when the kick drum anticipates the one on the drums. I didn't always do that on the bass. So that means that I'll need to do a little editing, right? And it could be either way. It could be either anticipating the bass note to match the drums or the other way around. But overall, I'm fairly happy. I'm glad that I was able to remember a lot of the things I liked about the first take. So that includes when I went to the 4 chord, when I went to the 5. Was it 5? The 6, I think. The C, right? If I'm in E, the C is 6th. Ding, 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 right? So, although rhythmically I think I made a few mistakes, I could probably fix them. I should probably fix them by just overdubbing. But I don't know, maybe editing will be faster. So let's have a listen and maybe fix a couple things. So who's here still? Lumimia, David Kaiser, Purple Bass, Yarrow TV, Charm. Say hi, folks, if you're here. I'm sorry, I need validation. I need to know I'm not alone. I did kind of nail that anticipation there on the second repeat of the A section, but not quite. This don't is a little late, see? See the transients here on the drums? See how the bass is a little late? Let's fix that. Just match it to the drums here. That was a little too much. You can let it sit back a little bit. Right, dung ding dung kung. It's a little late. The anticipated note's a little late, so let's just bring it. I did, I meant well, but I didn't quite nail it. So let's hear it now. Do a little crossfade there so it doesn't click. Hey, thanks for responding, Charm and Lumia. Perfectly cool. Makes me dance, and I'm not a dancer. All right, that makes me feel nice, folks. Thank you. I don't know. Ding ding. I don't know, something about this not convincing me completely. Yeah, I think it needs to go a little bit behind still. There we go. I think it matches now. Wow, yeah, the clav sound I think will fit really nice. But I'm getting sidetracked because I'm supposed to be fixing the bass. Always fix things before you move on, folks, because then if I record everything and then leave the fixing for later, oh my God, I won't even be able to like hear everything that's wrong, right? So fix the drums when you record them, fix the bass, little mistakes before you move on. That's kind of a rule of thumb of mine. I'm trying to keep this more entertaining for you folks, though. So this clav sound sounds really nice. Maybe I should just do that. Just record clav before I have to go today, and then I'll have two things to fix: the bass and the clav. So I'm gonna go against my better judgment and my own rule, and just record some keyboards here. So we're gonna want input 8.7 and 8. Now, this wah is not quite an auto wah, is it? It's more like an LFO. So maybe I should just have it a little bit less depth. Or maybe there's a different maybe a pedal wah. No, the pedal is just doing volume here. So touch wah. Yeah, that's what we want. We want the wah to respond to my velocity rather than an LFO. It's surprising how good the wah sound is on this cheap Yamaha gig keyboard. A little loud there, it's distorting a bit. All right, so let's just play the clav and then I'll go. I have to take my girls to a play date, and can't be late for that. So let's do a take of clav, and then tomorrow we're gonna pick it up from where we left off. So we're gonna fix the bass, we're gonna fix the clav, we're gonna record some guitar and probably some trombone. I'm gonna do my best Fred Wesley impression, and I don't know, maybe some horn riffs with fake horns, like keyboard horns, maybe a little Hammond organ for the B section, to fill out those different chords. So yeah, this is definitely not going to be a one day song, folks. Going to be another 2-day song. It seems to be the trend. I'm never able to finish a song in a day these days. I guess I could if I did a 4-hour live stream, but I always have other stuff to do. All right, let's do this. I'm going to turn off my vocal mic again so you don't hear all the key clicking, and we'll see what comes out. There might be a couple of mistakes that we will try to find and fix, but that's how that ended up sounding like. Might need a little punchier snare sound. Filter out some lows. Compress it a little bit. A little bit of makeup. Right. There's a little bit of reverb, which I'm using the Valhalla Fat Drums preset here. It's just a tiny bit. And I'm using a Chris Lord Algae 1176 by Waves compressor on the drums subtrack. We did a little bit of EQ on the kick, again to just dry it up a little bit, tighten it up. So a little dip on around 250 hertz, a little boost around 3K. That's it. And that's all the plugins on the drums. Everything else is just straight what the microphone picked up. Right? We've got kick, snare, overhead pair, back overhead pair. So I have like a XY overhead on top of the drums in front of my face here. And then I have two microphones behind, open, like one at each side of the whole drum set. Those are my back overheads. This is future proofing, so I can do surround mix of the drums eventually. I do plan on having a Atmos setup in this room at some point. So then we did bass. Now I did two bass takes. First one was with my white precision bass, Fender Precision, and I put some flat wound strings on it, as James Jamerson would have done. And now James Jamerson was known as a funk brother, but Motown was actually a little bit before the kind of funk that I'm producing today. So it was a different kind of sound. So I ended up picking up my Yamaha PJ bass and did another take. And I thought that was better. But then when I was listening back to the live stream in my car yesterday, I actually thought that the P bass sounded nicer. Like there's something, these are headphones, they're not mixing headphones, they're broadcast headphones that have a microphone built in. So they're not the best reference. So I'm definitely going to finish mixing these songs at some point using my actual studio monitors, right? I'm not using them currently because I don't want them to be feeding back into my speech mic. So I'm doing basically pre-mixes of these songs using these headphones, just kind of getting them started. And at some point, when I have 10 songs, I'll have a session where I'll just mix all of them. So I'll listen to them through speakers, through better headphones, and do proper final mixes and masters of these songs before I actually publish them. Um, so today I'm tempted. Oh, I also did a little clavinet. For that, I used my little Yamaha stage piano here, which is surprisingly good for the price. It's the CK61. It's like the poor man's Nord stage, but honestly, sounds pretty amazing. I'm a big Yamaha fan. My drums are Yamaha, my bass is Yamaha. I have a couple of Yamaha basses, 3 of them actually. And I still don't have a Yamaha guitar. Should get one. It'll probably be my next instrument purchase. Would be one of their nice Japanese-made, fancy Les Paul style kind of dual humbucker guitars. So the clavinet was just to sort of get the idea down. I don't think it's the final take. And the bass, I started fixing little things about the bass, but you know what? I think we're gonna go back to the first take that I did with the P bass. Because then when like I said, when I was hearing back the recording in my car, I was preferring the P bass. Both my performance and the timbre. And by the way, if you weren't here yesterday, my signal chain for the bass, since I was going for a Jamerson type sound, Jamerson didn't use an amp in the studio. He used an amp live, but not in the studio. So I used this little bass compressor going into the GHS color box. And what the color box is basically the an old Neve channel strip, an old Neve mixer channel strip circuit. So it's like recording the line in from an old mixer, right? So that's how I got this bass tone. And I also check out my Instagram, Quincas Moreira, or even in this YouTube channel, I also uploaded a short showing the little mute that I made. I used the Nerf dart from my daughters. They have these Nerf guns that we like to play around with. And I used one of the Nerf darts stuck in between the strings near the bridge of the P bass. And that got me a muted sound that I really liked. So that's what this is. So, all right, we're all caught up. So let's continue with the work. So basically, we're just going to listen to the bass and drums and try to fix. Sometimes the drums anticipate the downbeat, and I didn't always nail that with the bass. So we're going to just make sure that the bass and drums are nice and tight together. And then we're going to record guitar. I got my Ibanez here tuned and ready to go. It's kind of a modern guitar for this kind of music, but it's very capable of getting those kinds of sounds. It's got a 5-way switch and a toggle here that gives you another set of 5 sounds, and it's a dual humbucker. It's got a chunky neck, so it looks like a super modern guitar, but it actually sounds very classic. And that's what we're gonna use. I do have a Talkbox pedal that I got recently that I think will fit nicely. We have to think of some simple lyrics to speak as I use the Talkbox. Talkbox is a classic effect for funk music. All right, I'm talking way too much. Is anybody here? If you are, please say hi. I'd love to see the folks that were here yesterday, even though I'm starting way later today than I did yesterday. Am I? Yeah, yesterday I ended at around 1, so that would have been 15 minutes from now. So yeah, I'm starting a little later. I'm starting about 45 minutes later today. All right, so enough talking, enough blabbering, and let's just listen and fix little things about the bass take. And as I played the bass, I came up with kind of a form and structure. I went into the 4 chord for a bit of a B section, And then when the drums go into the ride cymbal, let me open this up so you can see me gesturing a little more. Yeah, when I went to the ride cymbal on the drums, that made for a cool bridge moment. There we go. So I went to the 6, which is the C. This is in E. I'm doing funk in E, folks. I mean, just if I'm going to do cliches, let's do the full cliche, right? It is the lowest note of the bass guitar, of the 4-string bass guitar. So, all right, that's enough talking. I keep saying that and I always find something else to talk about. I think I'm waiting for people to show up and say hi in the chat. Come on, who's here? Please say hi. All right, let me go on and fix this bass. All right, so ding 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 dong, right? The drums anticipate right here. Now here's the question: should the drums anticipate, or should I respect the bass? Like, should I follow the bass? Should the drums follow the bass, or the bass follow the drums? I don't know. Let's try to move the bass note so it matches, dun, 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 right? So it matches the drums anticipation. We're gonna zoom in here to make sure that the bass note is hitting there, right? All right, let's hear that. I don't know. There's something about funk music that a lot of real funksters say everything's on the one. Always fall on the one. So even though anticipating sometimes works, maybe we should stick to the one, right? Remember, there's no grid here, so I'm actually gonna click on bars and beats here and remove the grid altogether. So I'm not even seeing it because I recorded this freely. Yeah, I think that's gonna work better. Now we have a little problem here now, which is a bit of a gap in the drums. So let's see what we can fill it with. Or maybe just a tiny fade here. That doesn't sound bad. That works. And we should probably do a little fade in here as well, where the drums are coming in, so that there's no click. Right. Now the crossfade here sounds a little wonky. So we're gonna change it to equal power instead of equal gain, and that should fix it. Yep, that fixed it. Okay, that's something about the bass and drums here feels like should be a little more coordinated. Let's see. Okay, this note is like just floating there with no drums at all. Doesn't necessarily sound bad, but I'm thinking that maybe this note should be where this one is. So along with the anticipated. snare hit there. Right? Like that. So let's hear what that sounds like. Okay. Now, this note was filling out the whole way until the next note here. And now it doesn't. Now we have a gap. So maybe it should be short like the snare. Right? Let's see what yep. Okay, now this bass fall here is coming in a little early compared to the drums. So that should probably match the drums. There we go. That should match the drums exactly. And then we do a little crossfade here. Now this bass note is also a little late, but it actually doesn't sound so bad. Let's hear it. Yeah, sometimes the graphics might look like it's off, but when you hear it, it doesn't bother you. So don't fix it, don't fix what ain't broke, folks. Use your ears and your sense of taste and criticism. Hi, David. Good to see you again, buddy. Nice groove. Thank you. Thank you. We're trying to do old school funk here, 70s. That's my favorite genre of music of all time since I was a little kid, probably. I mean, I liked the funk element in music before I even heard funk. And then one day I found this collection by Rhino called In Yo Face, The History of Funk. Had volumes 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, I think. And I was like, the holy grail, because I would hear funk elements in some jazz music and some Brazilian popular music and some rock and some contemporary stuff that was in the radio. And I didn't know that that's what I loved about those songs until I actually heard some real 70s funk music. And I was like, that is it. And even today, like one of my favorite bands is Wolfpack. They're basically reviving punk and renewing it, and even Snarky Puppy and other bands like that. Medeski Martin Wood in the 90s and 2000s, they were my favorite band. And really, it's all about the funk for me. All right, let's keep going. Yeah, that sounds more arranged. See, that's the idea here. Since I played pretty much improvised the bass after improvising the drums, there will be moments when they don't necessarily match. So the idea here is to edit in order to make it sound like they were at least looking at each other, if not, having rehearsed. So I went to the 4 chord here. And the 5. Okay, here's a little anticipation again. Which I can try to match with the bass. Even though it doesn't sound necessarily bad that the drums anticipate and the bass doesn't on this. But again, it might help make this thing sound a little more rehearsed, a little more arranged, rather than just me jamming with myself. Yep. What is this, ghost note? Yeah. Let's just make sure this ghost note goes along with the drums. It's a little early. I mean, you can't even hear it really, unless it's soloed, but. That was a nice little bass fill there. Maybe we'll try to match it with another instrument. That's the thing, how do you make an improvisation sound arranged? Well, just have other instruments do the exact same thing that the first improvised instrument did. And then all of a sudden, it's not an improvisation, it's an arrangement, it's a composition. As soon as you have a bunch of people doing the same thing, then clearly it's not improvisation, right? That has to have been decided on and agreed on. So you can start with improvisation and then make it sound arranged by just adding layers doing the same thing. This note should be dun, dun, instead of dun. Right. Let's just find this note. Here we go. Ding, ding. That's the one we need. This one. This one needs to be the one that I just copied. I mean, if I think about it, I could probably figure out what the note name is, but I'm one of those weird people that don't really think of note names most of the time unless I have to. I'm just thinking of sounds, just hearing them. There you go. That sounds better. Now, there's still something about this fill here that feels kind of sloppy, Maybe if I just make it a short note. And maybe make the change a little sooner. Yeah, that sounds a little bit less sloppy. So yeah, folks, as you see, it's a combination of spontaneous improvisation and careful editing. The editing part is the composer in me, and the improv part is the jammer in me. Change hats, At first I jam and let that spontaneous groove happen, and then I put on the producer's cap and listen for little mistakes and how can I make things better. Hold on, I need to put my phone in do not disturb here so I'm not getting notifications. This note feels like it's a little early. So see? It needs to match the drums on top there. Now we can always, clean up your edits, folks. Make sure that there are no clicks, because these clicks, maybe you don't hear them very prominently, but they start to add up and makes for a dirty mix. There you go. It's no longer early. Okay, dun 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 dun. Right, I didn't anticipate on the bass, but I did on the drums. Dun 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 bang, right? So once again, we should probably move the bass note so that it. Now we're gonna try one thing, which is just move the entire note. But if we feel like the gap here sounds weird, then what we can do is just move the beginning of the note and then crossfade it. So we'll basically make the note longer. We'll make it start sooner but end at the same place. And I like it. I didn't mind that little gap at all. I guess I'm not so British, am I? Because the British always mind the gap. Oh boy, that was a horrible joke. I'm sorry, folks. Sometimes that happens. I am a dad after all. Um, yeah, that sounded okay. That little gap didn't bother at all. Now here the bass anticipated and the drums didn't, but that didn't bother me as much. It sounded just more like a phrasing choice from the bass player. Okay, here I feel like the bass is a little late with these articulations. Is it? Maybe just this right here. Yeah, like this second note should match the drums transient up here. Yep, that right symbol there. And this is also a little late, look at that. And then this one seems like it lines up. So I eventually caught up. Let's move these two back a little bit too. This one's a little less late than the other one. So right now I'm just using the graphics to guide me, not really listening. There are moments for that too, because it just makes it quicker. You know, if you know it sounds late and you want it to match the drums, then just fix it all looking at the graphics at first, and then here. That sounds better. That was the one little moment. And now this is one of the key traits of a good producer, mixer, engineer is this attention, this ear for tiny little details, discrepancies that maybe the layman would just, they would just hear it as like, oh, sounds overall sloppy, but they wouldn't know exactly like what about it can be fixed to remove that sloppiness. And that's something that I feel I've always had, or at least because when I started working in studios and I didn't even know how to man the Pro Tools, I was already sitting with the producers and engineers, and I was able to hear things and bring it to their attention, which was how they knew they could train me. They're like, "Oh, this guy could probably be decent at this," because sometimes even they wouldn't hear some little detail, and I'd be like, "Hey, that little note, that's a little out of tune," or "That snare drum sounded like it was a little off, didn't it?" That's an important trait that it's good if you have it. If not, you can probably develop it, but just by active listening, and practicing, um, working a lot, and all that. Here's another anticipation from the drums. It even has a crash cymbal hit. Let's try to match it with the bass. Zoom in. Yeah, yeah, I think that'll sound better. Now, once again, let's see if this gap that's been generated now from moving the bass note, let's see if that bothers us or if we want to have the bass finish where it was finishing before. So that would mean having to make the note longer. I don't know, but let's try it. So one way to do this is to just use the trimmer tool and bring the edge of the region back, right? So now we've found the original spot where the bass note ended. Now we need to do a crossfade here. Crossfades are dangerous on bass guitar. So you have to, equal power helps, right? Which basically means uh, the fade curves are more sinusoidal rather than linear, right? And so let's hear it again and see if we can detect that fade. Now I happen to put it right where there's a drum transient here, so that might help uh, obscure it. And also we can make it smaller. We can make the fade, put it even closer to the drum transient and make it, shorter. So let's hear that. All right, I don't really hear the fade, but I'm also feeling like the bass note is now too long. So maybe the gap was helpful after all. Now also, something about where that bass note is hitting still feels a little off. Maybe, yeah, maybe it needs to be a little sooner. A little crossfade there too. I don't hear a click, but you might as well. All right, so we did the experiment, but we're gonna let that note be as long as it was originally and end sooner than it originally did, because we don't want it to be that long. And it might seem to you, wow, you're spending a lot of time on these tiny little details, Quincas. And yeah, well, yeah, that's the work. Um, that's when you really hear something well produced and polished. Usually somebody slaved over it, of little details about it. Um, that's how you can tell, something has been a labor of love and sounds very professional. Of course, a really awesome studio band would help too. I could have created this arrangement first, for example, and then called some amazing studio musicians, and they would have probably nailed everything, and I wouldn't have had to be slaving over little details in the edit as much, but still a bit. But then you still have details about the mix, details about getting the sounds. And there's always work to be done. Nice. Now here I did a little phrase with the bass, but the drums end sooner. See how the drums go kung tang tang kung, and the drums are going, the bass is going tugadigam, right? So maybe it should be tugadung, so that it matches the drums ending. Let's try that. See, right? No, I like the bass phrase. I think actually the drums should be doing something similar. So maybe we can edit the drums to do that. I'm going to try something crazy here. I'm going to put this nice chunky snare and crash hit to match that last note in the drums there, and make it like a choked cymbal. So it's a little break there. Right? Now let's cut this so we can, make it a longer silence. Right, and now, yeah, let's make that silence even longer, because now this hit was already happened here. We don't need it to happen. Now we can let it be longer, right? Maybe. I don't know. The short choked one might sound better. That's too short. There we go. Now here's another idea. The drums and bass are matching fairly well. However, it could sound good to just have a bass fill leading into the drums coming back in. So what would happen if we would just cut the drums even more and just let them come back in there, right? Quite a bit of silence here. It's very bold. Let's hear that. I like it. We can fill that silence with something else later. But these things also help make the whole thing sound arranged, you know? Like the drums aren't just mindlessly playing the whole time. There are planned silences. Wait a minute, there's another little anticipation here that I'm not sure the drums and bass matched with. Yeah, see, dum 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 dum, right? We'd want this note to be over here. This kind of sounds like a good intro. Let's just cut this and bring it to the beginning. Boom. I don't know. I don't have a grid to be able to do it accurately. So maybe I'll just paste it here and mute it. Okay. This will be the intro fill for now. Dang tagadang This thing. Dong 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 dang tagadang dong 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 dang tagadang Maybe needs to be a little shorter in order to fit. 2, 3. No, shorter yet. And that's the thing with producing without a metronome. No, that's too short. Producing without a metronome is sometimes you gotta be. Everything's a little fuzzy, a little less meticulously accurate. So you have to do a lot of trial and error sometimes for certain effects. Now this is a little bit short. See, we just add a little bit here. Doom, doom. Matched it. Let's hear that. No, these are too short. It should be dong, 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 bagadong. So that means I might need to move everything forward. Or maybe just use 2 of these. Like this, and then move them both to here. Let's hear that. No, we need that first one. So I'm just gonna grab everything, grab everybody. So in order to do that, I will select all tracks here. And again, see, I'm wasting a lot of time on these little ideas, right? But it's the idea here is don't consider it waste. Consider all of this, you listening to your own creative impulses. And that makes a difference. That makes a difference in music. The fact that you took the time to pursue a particular idea that you had, those things end up making a difference. A little bit more forward. And now we're going to copy. All right, now remove the all tracks selection here. And let's move a copy. So on Pro Tools, if you hold Option, you can and use the little hand tool, you can move a copy of your selection. Instead of change the selection from one place to another, you create a copy and move that. Okay, now I get it. The last one has to be shorter. Dum, 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 back, gaga, right? So the last one here needs to be a wee bit shorter than the other ones. Now, by how much? That's going to be trial and error again. Let's see if that's about it. Okay, no, it needs to be shorter yet. So I'm going to make it real short. So that it's not covering up the thing there, the beginning. Okay, a little bit closer. It's almost there. Okay, and now we can, fill it in. Dun, dun, and we can even let the bass note be a little longer. Let's see if that. Kind of like it, but I'm not sure. Now, yeah, it's nicer to be if it's short so that we hear that snare fill isolated. So we give it its own moment in time. And, maybe even give the drums for the fill, give a little volume boost here. So I have the sub drums track, right? We give that snare fill a little volume. There we go. Not that much. Maybe let those drums live a little louder in the whole track. Let's just make sure it's not clipping on the master, and it is, huh? It is a little bit. Yeah, so no, we don't want that last little bit there. Maybe we want to bring the bass down a little bit. Yeah, it's just bass and drums, so if I'm feeling like the drums are too soft, what's actually happening is that the bass is too loud. So let's get rid of this automation. We'll turn the bass down a little bit. And now the psychoacoustic effect will be that everything will sound softer now. So I can just bring up my own monitoring, my own headphone mix, bring it up so I'm still hearing things as loud as they were before. Now let's look at that master there. Oh, well, still a little bit. So, here's what we'll do. We're going to select bass and drums. We're going to group them, bass and drums, so that we can move them together. Because right now I'm already happy with the balance between the two. We can bring them down together. And now we look at the master here to make sure we're not clipping. Let's even give ourselves a little bit more headroom. Because there's going to be maybe horns and other things that'll add. So let's give ourselves headroom. Uh-oh. Now look, there's drum automation happening. So that means when I move the bass relative to the drums, the drums go back. So I'm basically only lowering the bass. So what we need to do is get rid of all the drums automation. So I'm just gonna double click here on the sub drums and delete. So now there's no automation, no volume automation on the drum track. Now we can actually bring them both down together. Now I feel like the bass is a little loud. We can bring up whole thing on the headphone mix here. That's important. Always give yourself headroom when you're working. See, our master here is no longer hitting the red. It's peaking at around -4 dB. That's probably enough. I mean, some people like to work at -6 or even -12. But I'm pretty happy at -6, -4 there. If I have to, I'll do this again later. Do a little adjustment. Now this is already sounding much more like tight together, right? Like the bass and drums were looking at each other, which obviously they weren't because they were both me at different moments in time. Who's here? Say hi in the chat, folks. Compress the attack a little bit on the bass. Not much, but a small amount of compression only on the attack. Good idea, David. I did record the bass with a compressor pedal, but that doesn't mean I couldn't use a little more compression. Let's see about Dave's suggestion here. All right, now important detail here. Once I've done this adjustment, I'm gonna disable the bass and drums subgroup that I created. So now I have, they're no longer grouped and I can solo just the bass, for example. And I think I know what Dave means. The attack could be a little tighter, could be a little more transient on the bass. So that would mean compress with a slow attack. And we have the Renaissance Axe, but that doesn't give me an attack control, does it? Oh yeah, it does. Right. So I'm gonna bring down the gain a tiny bit to give myself. Now we make the attack a little slow. That way we get a little more sharp transient in the bass attack. Is that what you meant, David? Does this sound better to you? It does to me. We get a little bit more bite on the bass. Now I just heard a click there when I was soloing. Hey Rotas y Lugares Brasil, welcome to the stream today. We're doing some funk. Yeah, we need to do a little bit of crossfades here on these notes. Tiny little crossfades. No, this one's still clicking. Right, we don't want clicks. This could maybe decay a little faster, so it feels a little more natural. I like this don kung kurong. And when I did the other bass track, I went dum 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 dum, which is cool too, and I think I'd do it later, but I like this one. I just dum 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 dum. It's very classic funk. Now somewhere else I heard another click. Now interestingly, here's an edit that has no crossfades and it didn't click, but the OCD in me is going to want to do crossfades there anyway. Yeah, this P bass with flat one string is just sounding super nice. And I recorded it too hot. And you can see that it's clipping a little bit. See how it's square? But, that doesn't necessarily mean, don't guide yourself too much by the visuals, because sometimes something might look clipped but doesn't necessarily sound bad. And it would have been a shame to lose this take just because of that. So I let my ears be the judge, and they judged that it doesn't sound too bad. The clipping was pretty soft. Where's that click? I haven't heard it again yet. Now let's let the drums come back in and continue with our cleanup. If we hear that click again somewhere, we'll clean it up. Something about the drums here feels like a little mistake. See, I feel like I kind of missed. Let's, yeah, I'm going to put that. I copied this kick and hi-hats here from this portion. And we're going to put them over here. Yeah, see, there's a hi-hat sounding, and the kick is late, especially compared to the bass. So we're just going to plug in this earlier, stronger kick and hi-hat right there. Yeah, that sounds better already. I can bring this back so we fill in the gap and do a crossfade. Also, it could be dagang, right? As the bass is doing. So what we could do instead is grab this whole thing here. No, right? It's don't. Put it here, and then adjust the second one so that it anticipates along with the bass note. And that's cheating, folks, because sadly I am no, who am I going to say? I'm no Zigaboo modeliste as far as funky drummers. I'm no Dave Garibaldi. I'm no Steve Gadd, sadly. So my drumming sometimes needs a little editing. There we go. This sounds way better now. Now, yeah, it feels like the bass note here is a little anticipated compared to the open hi-hat there. You could fix that too. Am I being too meticulous, folks? Am I getting too... It might seem that way, but in the end, when you hear the overall tightness improvement, it'll be all worth it. Especially, it's important, something I mentioned yesterday. Try to do your fixes as you record each thing, right? Because then when I record the guitar now, I'll be recording over a really tight bass and drums track. If I record the guitar over sloppy bass and drums, that'll make for sloppier guitar, more mistakes to fix, and things start compounding. So I really like to focus on each thing as I do it, as part of the process. I record, fix little things, and then move on to the next instrument. If you let all the fixing, leave all the fixing for later, you'll be compounding problems and things would get much more complicated. Hey, Turpana. Nice, you're from Denver. Cool. I've been to Denver long time ago on my way to Aspen Snowmass for skiing. And love Colorado. Have good friends from there. Anyway. Okay, here we have a bass fill that didn't quite finish. Okay, there's one little note here that I think shouldn't even be there. It should just be silence right here. This one. You know, it's in the wrong place. It's maybe not the right note. Let's see. Right? The drums anticipate. So we need this note. And also, look at the transient. It looks so much smaller. I think I played it too soft. This one's much fatter. So why don't we steal this one, put it here? And as we're doing it, we also make sure that it's matching the timing of the drums so it doesn't feel like it's late, right? Now, we covered up a little bit of the second note here, so let's make sure that we uncover it and do a crossfade. Now, that's way better. Now, this bass note's a little early, it seems, right? A little rushed. Let's do a zoom in here so we can see. Let's look at where the drum transient is and where the bass note is. So, in fact, why don't we move this? Now, we have to delete that crossfade there. Yeah, so we want this note to match that open hi-hat hit. And now we can fill in with the previous note. Make little crossfades so there's no clicking. And let's hear from before. Take it. I feel like this note is also a little early. Or late. Let's move this to here. Aha, that's better. That's better. See, I know it's boring. Isn't it boring? I'm sure I'm losing audience here because I'm getting so microscopic with tiny little details. In fact, I think the drums are late with this anticipation. So what we can do is bring everybody back. So select all tracks, shuffle, and let's just cut a little bit. So now everything moved to the left a little bit. Let's hear that. That sounds better already, but maybe a little bit more even. Let's try that. Ooh, I think I fixed it, folks. Yep. I think the drums, the anticipation wasn't anticipated enough. So it was a little bit of a mistake. If I had been playing with a click, I would have derailed from the click at that point. So way better now. Bass gets way more active here. Ooh, digga 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 digga. Wow, and I did a whole completely different thing here that wasn't in the song at all at first. You know, just these long bass notes going down scalarly. So that's interesting. When I did my second take, which we discarded because I ended up liking the first take better, we did something different here. I think we did the same harmony. Oh my God, my dogs are going crazy. Can you all hear my dogs a lot? I should probably go close that window. Oh, anyway, they'll stop soon. It's probably somebody walking their dog. No, you know what? I don't love this part. I think I did better with the other bass take. I like the ending of what I did with the other bass. Sadly, it was a different bass, it was a different bass sound. I don't know if we should use it, right? Can I maybe approximate the sounds with EQing? Compression, volume, and stuff? Because listen with me, I think you will agree that what I did musically. Uh-oh. Hold on. We changed the whole thing. All right, because it's no tracks. So no more all tracks. I think you will agree with me that what I did musically with the bass from here on sounds better on the second take. Check it out. All right, but this didn't follow my edits, so it's not gonna sync. So we have to manually sync it. Hold on. All right, so this note should match the beginning of this moment in the song. We're gonna mute what comes from before. Right, this is way better. And this was with the Yamaha bass, with round one strings. Surprisingly, doesn't sound too different. So here's what we'll do. Let's open a new track here. We'll call it bass 2. Sorry, bass 2. And we'll do one of two things. Either we'll use this as reference and I'll bring up the P bass from before, try to match the sound, and follow this idea and re-record with the P bass. Or we'll try to match the sound by mixing. So we're going to bring this one down to here. And we'll revert this one back to the first take and mute this section. Right, so now it's going to go from the P bass to the Yamaha. All right, I think we need to let this last note breathe here and not anticipate the first note of the Yamaha, so it matches the right. Digga 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 digga. You know what? It's surprisingly sounding similar. I think I used only the P pickup on the Yamaha, so it's virtually, it's actually a similar pickup in a similar place on the body of the instrument. And I also used the mute. So I could probably get away with just combining the takes. Hello, Nico. Som groovy. Obrigado. I think this whole, I'm having to adjust it by hand, right? Yeah, so I think I adjusted it maybe a little early, a little on top. Seems like the bass is rushing a tiny bit. So let's move it a little bit behind and see if that sounds better. But yeah, I think I'm gonna get away with it, folks, especially when there's other instruments and stuff. Nobody's really gonna notice that I changed basses. And even if I did, or it's musically, who really cares, you know? It doesn't sound bad. I think I'm remembering which song of the funk canon is kind of inspiring me subconsciously here. It's become conscious. Skin Tight by the Ohio Players. Do y'all know that song? Skin Tight. Dun, 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 dun. That's the bass line. And the horns go da 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 da. And they go skin tight. I think that's been my reference for this song. Sometimes, my references are very conscious. I choose them, listen to them, but in this case, it's coming out of my deep memories. Yep, sounds good. And this one already has that sharper attack, David, that you wanted on the P bass. The Yamaha already kind of has that. Now this note here, this anticipated note needs a tiny adjustment. It's early. Let's make it a little later. Yep. Now this made clicks, so we're gonna clean them up with crossfades. Yep, see? That kind of perception of tiny little details, not only noticing that something's off, but being able to identify exactly what it is that's off, is a great ability for a producer, composer, engineer to have. This one too. A little bit too soon. Oop. Yeah, that's it. Now remember, I'm not using the grid. I recorded all of this grid free. It's kind of the part of the point here of humanmusic.org. I mean, for some things I might use clicks, but I much prefer for the clock of the song to be human, to be coming out of myself. Like that's just me playing the drums with no click, no backing track, no nothing. And I'm not really a greatest drummer, but still, the idea is that the drummer isn't following, the drummer is leading, right? That makes a difference. When I'm playing to a click, I'm following that click, and that removes from my person, from uh, the source. I'm no longer the source of the groove. I'm following it. And I mean, a great drummer can play to a click and still make it feel like they're the source of the groove, probably because at some point they just become the source and they're so good at their time that they can be the source and still match the click. But I'm not that drummer. I end up following the click. So I prefer to just not play with the click at all and let these things be human and organic, right? It's kind of the point here, humanmusic.org. That bass has great tone. Karaoke Quincas? What do you mean, David? Karaoke Quincas. I wonder what you mean by that. Yeah, both basses have great tone, don't they? It's the Yamaha and the the Fender P, both with the P pickup, right? So they both sound really good. Nice. I kind of like that little fill I did with the bass at the end. Let's see if we can use this last drum fill that I did. Let's see if we can use that to complement the little bass fill there, so it's not all alone. I think I can match the bass phrase, but then I will have to anticipate the last hit, the last drum hit. That's what my intuition is telling me. Let's see. Right. See these three notes? Dun, dun, dun. These should match dun, dun, dun. And this should match this. But then this last hit here, I'll have to bring it back. But I think we'll make it work, folks. Yep, the dun, da, dun works. But then the last bass note needs to match this last hit right here. So we're just gonna bring it back and time synchronize it to the last bass note. It's a little crossfade. Crossfades are important, so there's no clicking. Real stickler for that. You know, a lot of producers who have not been trained as engineers get sloppy with these kinds of little details, and then if no engineer ever sees it, then those clicks will just live there. If an engineer does see it, he or she will probably complain about the producer, like, what a sloppy producer, and they'll have to spend, either them or their assistant, spend some time going over the whole track and cleaning up little clicks from the editing. But I have been trained as an engineer. My first 2 or 3 years working in studios, I was an engineer in training. I eventually got promoted to producer, but not before I had to clean up a whole bunch of other people's clicks. All right, let's hear this in context from behind a little bit. I don't know, it sounded kind of weird right now. You know what? Maybe we don't need this whole part of the fill. Maybe we can just let that last crash die out and only hit only hit at the very last note of the bass fill. We'll let the bass do the fill all by itself and end with the last crash. Yep, I like that better. I don't think the drums needed to. Oh, see, I get anxious and I like don't let the cymbal die out, and I'm already like putting the sticks on the snare and getting up and making noise. So that means we're probably gonna have to cut that last crash short. Right, see? This is where I'm putting the sticks on the snare. I should just take a breath and let that cymbal die, but since I didn't, we're just gonna cut it here. Fade out the song from about here, maybe. No, we need this fade to be more. So instead of equal power, equal. Yeah, we want equal gain and then make it more linear, like this, and also have it start sooner, so that feels more natural. There we go. All right, I think we finally have bass and drums after 3 hours of work. You know, but I'm happy. I'm happy with, and you know, bass and drums in funk music. Do I have to tell you it's the most important thing? Do I have to tell you it's the foundation for everything else to be able to work? I was singing the Ohio Players. That's right, David. That's why you're saying Quincas karaoke. Skin tight. Go. You know, I'm not gonna put the song in my stream because I might get like copyright stricken. But go listen to Skin Tight by the Ohio Players, folks. That's my subconscious, not so subconscious anymore, reference for this song. Skin tight. You're a bad, bad woman. Yeah, it kind of fits. It's not identical. Thank God. That would have been plagiarism. Here we go to the B section, which is just going to the 4 chord, also a classic funk move. Skin tight. I gotta think of some lyrics to use the vocoder with, or the talk box rather. If anybody has any idea, you know, it's got to be something like "Give Up the Funk" or "Skin Tight," or you know, "Shake That Booty." You know, a funk anthem kind of a thing to say that isn't, you know, copying some other funk tune. Tear the roof off. You know, shit, goddamn, get off your ass and jam. There's so many. We gotta come up with one. I used to say, you gotta get up to get down, and you gotta get down to get funky. Yeah, maybe that'll work. That's kind of mine. Haven't really heard that in another tune. Even though it sounds super obvious, right? I'm sure somebody's said that before. To get down, and you gotta get down to get funky. You gotta get up to get down, and you gotta get down to get funky. You gotta get down to get funky, funky. Should I Google that? Maybe there's a song. You gotta get up to get down, and you gotta get down to get funky. You gotta get up to get down, and you gotta get down to get funky. Get up, get down, get funky, get loose. It's not exactly the same. Teddy Pendergast. Grass construction, get up to get down. Yeah, so there's like bits of it. But maybe not the entire thing that I just said. You gotta get up to get, maybe you gotta get up to get down. Oh, there's a Ringo Starr song called You Gotta Get Up to Get Down. Can I listen to it without getting copyright stricken? Let's see the lyrics. Gotta get up, gotta get up, you gotta get up to get down. That's it. But it doesn't say you gotta get down to get funky. See, that's the conclusion to my call and response. So I guess I could probably get away with it. What about you gotta get down to get funky? You gotta get down to get funky? Anybody said that? No. Doesn't look like it. Not exactly. Gotta get down to get funky lyrics. Gotta get funky. No, it doesn't say. It says you gotta get funky, but it doesn't say you gotta get down to get funky. See? It says get down, get funky, but not you gotta get down to get funky. That might be original. That might be my own thing. So who else is here? I see David, I see Nico, I see Turpana, I see Ratas y Lugares Brasil. Please say hi, anybody that's here today. Hanging out. So what do we do now? I was doing a clavinet yesterday as second melodic harmonic instrument. And that's sounding really nice actually. However, okay, we got a mixer here today for my keyboard sound, but for some reason, let's see, that's channel 3 and 4. Oh, wait a minute. It's a stereo input. Line in, oh, they're right, line in 3 and line in 4. Left and right. Channel 4 on my mixer. No effects, level. Why is the keyboard not making sounds? It is plugged in. Channel 5 and 6. Here we go. Channels 5 and 6. But that's not making sound either. It's making sounds off the speaker, built-in speaker. Bluetooth. We don't want Bluetooth. Main output here. All right, mix 1. We want main outs left and right from mix 1. No, these are the main outs. And I'm pretty sure they're balanced. There are some levels here. Effects level, headphones level, line, phantom power, main. Why am I not hearing anything? Mix 1 level, mix 2 level, headphone outputs. Yeah, I hear some buzzing when I touch the tip of the cables. Yep. Are they balanced? Yeah, balanced, unbalanced outs, left and right. I wonder why I'm not. Here we go. I guess the keyboard is just. All right. Plugged into inputs. These are the outputs over here. This keyboard has inputs for some reason. There we go. Yeah, see, I have this little Mackie mixer here that I have for live stuff when I need like a small mixer for live. And I decided to start using it because I was getting noise from the cables going from the keyboard to my interface because there were long cables going all around the desk. So what I did is now I have short cables going into the mixer and then balanced cables from the mixer to the interface. And that also allows me to plug in more instruments than just this keyboard. I can also use this little organ here, which is on channels 5 and 6, right? There we go. And I have a little reverb if I want it. If I want some reverb. And I have two mic inputs there too that I can also use. So that's going to make things a little more flexible here in the studio. Always improving. Oh, I love the sound of this keyboard. I'm so pleasantly surprised with the quality of the Yamaha CK61, honestly. And I'm not even endorsed. I should be. I'm such a Yamaha fanboy. My drums are Yamaha. My bass is Yamaha. My keyboard's Yamaha. I also have Yamaha old stuff. I have my first keyboard, professional keyboard. No, both. Not just a professional. My first keyboard was a PSS 480 Yamaha from the 80s. Small keys. That I actually used in bands because in Brazil it was so hard to get professional instruments that thing was considered pretty professional because the sounds were decent. And then I got an SY22 in I think 1988 probably maybe 89, and that was my first full size keyboard, no speaker, so it's professional. And now I have a TG33, which is the tabletop version of the SY22. So it has all the same sound. So for me, it's so nostalgic. And then it's a Yamaha as well. Hey, Yamaha, if you're listening, endorse me. Give me free stuff. Hey, guys, who's here? Say hi in the chat, please. So should we do a clavinet or should we start with guitar? I think we should start with guitar, actually. Just makes more sense right after the bass to do some guitar. And this is my Ibanez. See, I like the Japanese stuff, folks. I like the American instruments too, but I'm a big fan of Yamaha and Ibanez. I have Ibanez basses, Ibanez guitar. It's great little, very lightweight, headless guitar, easy to take on trips. And really lovely feeling neck, great sounding pickups with lots of amazing combinations. Right, so let's do this. I'm going to plug it in. I have a few options here for guitar. So I have the HX Stomp, which has lots of really nice presets for guitar. This is connected to this amazing reverb by Strymon, the Night Sky. But that's more for like more ambient stuff, right? And then I have another chain here. Like this EB box basically changes between this chain, which is just the Stomp and the Night Sky, and this other chain, which includes some little pedals. And one of them is the Pod Express, which is also a guitar amp sim / effects processor. That sounds really nice. So either the HX Stomp or the Pod Express, or I could actually use an amp. I have a little tube amp over there by Monoprice of all things. It's a super cheap amp that I got off Amazon, but it is tube and it sounds super nice. Small amps in the studio are cool. David is saying that the CK61 is better than the Nord Stage. Wow, that's a bold claim, sir, especially considering the price difference between the two units. But I think if you take the price difference into consideration, then yes, as far as bang for your buck, as far as a return on the investment, I think the CK61 does beat the Nord stage. Now the keys, the action on the keys is really nice, but it's very light. So that's, I think the Nord stage beats it there. But then you do have the CK 88, is it? Or is it 76? So the bigger version, the bigger brother of my keyboard here, I think it has weight action keys, or at least semi weight action. So that would be more of a competition. But it's also bigger, heavier, and more expensive. So I'm so happy with the CK61. If I ever have to go out to play live, it's what I bring. That's in fact what I got it for. I didn't think I was going to be using it so much in the studio. But yeah, it's super chuffed with my CK61. Gets dirty though. Have to clean it up. All right. So now if I want a wah-wah sound for my guitar, I have a third pedal option, right? So I have the HX Stomp, I have the Pod Express, and I have the amps. I have the tube amp over there. I also have the Boss Katana amp. Can you yeah, right over there. Boss Katana, which I mostly use for rehearsals and jams and stuff. But it also has pretty decent simulation of a bunch of different amps. Now that's so far 5 options, right? No, 4. 2 pedal options, 2 amp options, and I have a 5th one, which I think might be the one for today because it's my analog pedal board with an actual wah-wah pedal that we might need, and it has another amp simulation pedal in there, the Boss 200, something 200. I can't remember what the prefix is. And since that has a wah-wah pedal, it might be what we need. Let me pull it out. It's a little bulkier, right? Takes up more space, and it's a little bit more trouble than using these all-in-one simulations. It's pretty heavy too. Oh, here it is. This is my actual analog guitar pedal board. Let's have a look. Here it is. Right, and this actually has like a phaser. It's like a Mutron clone, MXR compressor, an analog delay, carbon copy. I think this is going to be what we need. I have a blues driver distortion. I have another distortion over here, octave tuner, and this is the Boss IR impulse response IR22, which simulates amps. So give me a minute because this thing is a little bit like disassembled. Actually, it's gonna need me to actually like plug some things in. But we'll start by pulling it out of the case. But again, taking my time here to do things right, not rushing. There's no rush. There's no client waiting for these songs. They're just for my own personal library. I also have an envelope filter that I got recently, which could be really nice. It's classic DoD that I used to have back in the 90s when I saw that Digitech had bought DoD and was reissuing these things. I couldn't help myself and got it. But the carbon copy was what was originally in here in this position. So that's what we're going to put in. We need to plug in the power as well. It's got Velcro, so I can just push it in and it stays. Right, and I have the power supply for the whole pedal board right here. And yeah, I think that was it. That was the only thing I needed to plug back in was the carbon copy because I had removed it to test the DoD envelope filter. Now the envelope filter through The Pod Express might also work really well. In fact, even the Pod Express might have an envelope filter effect already. Does it? No. As tremolo, chorus, flanger, phaser. No envelope filter. So that could be an option. Use the new DoD that I got and haven't even recorded with yet through the Pod Express and get a really cool funky sound that way. But hey, an actual foot wah-wah might be just what the doctor ordered. So let's plug in the pedal board to power. There it is. There it is lighting up. It's got a tuner pedal too. Let's turn it so that I'm more comfortable playing this thing. And yeah, it's got a wah-wah, it's got an amp simulation. So why don't we plug this in to the little mixer here. And so I just need to grab two guitar type cables. And I still have two inputs. In fact, it could be even in mono. Could be mono. Oh, here I have another set of two nice quality cables with Neutrik connectors that I like to use in the studio. These will work. We're going to plug these in to my little Mackie mixer. Same one that the keyboard is plugged into. It's nice to have a little mixer in the studio. That way you don't have to always be plugging and unplugging things. You can use just one pair of inputs in your interface and then use the mixer to route anything else. Okay. So here we're going to go into inputs 1 and 2 of the Mackie. We're going to have to manually pan them left and right because those are mic inputs. They're not like a stereo pair or anything. So let's, oh no, guess what? There's no panning on this Mackie mixer. So those inputs are necessarily mono. They're centered. Yeah, this is a very bare bones mixer, like for podcasts and things. So we're either going to use mono, or what I can just do is just pull out the keyboard and use the stereo input of the keyboard for the guitar pedal board. There it is. Okay, now we need to plug the guitar in to the pedal board. And hopefully all this waste of time has been worth it. Y'all been looking at me as I just like pull gear out and connect cables. How boring is that, right? Sorry. But it's all for a good cause, folks. All right. So let's tune E, A, D, G is a little high. No, it's there. B, and E. So Edgar had already tuned this guitar before I started the stream today. Right, so no octave, no tremolo, no chorus, no driver. We want the wah-wah. Wow, that already sounds so funky. Maybe we want the compressor too. A little more sensitivity. Now sounds super soft, right? because I probably need to bring up the volume on the level here. 3 and 4. Also the main output of the mixer. Now, is this the amp we want? It's on the natural setting. Hold on, let me bring the GoPro near here. So I'm running out of battery, but I think it can handle a little bit more. Here, can you see the pedal board better now, folks? Yeah. It's on the natural 1 setting, which actually sounds pretty nice. Here's a jazz chorus. Sounds nice too. A little bit of carbon copy delay. Wow, yeah, I love this pedal board. I should use it more. I get lazy. I get lazy to pull it out because I've got all those little all-in-one pedals. Blues driver. Well, no carbon copy because this is funk. We wanted it dry. The blues driver is giving it a nice little bit of grit there. But do we want the grit or do we want it super clean? How about the Mutron phaser? Ooh. Maybe we want that for the B section, right? A little slower rate with the wah-wah. By the way, you're hearing a little reverb. That's from the IR200 pedal. It has a little hall there, which I'll probably turn off so I can use my own reverb in Pro Tools. No, I don't think I want the Mutron. I think all I want is the compressor, the wah-wah, and the amp sim. But is it the JC or a twin? This is like a Fender Twin sound. Or do we want the tweed combo? This one has more drive. Who's here, folks? Say hi in the chat, please. Do I want this or do I want... I think the JC was sounding really nice, the jazz chorus. Yeah, let's just use the JC. It's a nice, clean sound. I'm going to turn down the hall effect. Now, pickup configurations here. This is the neck pickup. Here's the bridge pickup. And there's a whole bunch of in-between settings. I kind of like this one. It's the middle position on my 5-position switch on the Ibanez. with the toggle up, the toggle down. Sounds like this. They're all sounding nice, right? Okay. You know what? They're all sounding so nice that I'm just gonna leave neck pickup only, toggle down, and go with it. You know, no sense wasting more time. And this is already sounding so good. So who's here, folks? Say hi in the chat, please, so I know I'm not alone. I need to tune again because I've been strumming away and shifting things a little bit out of tune. Yeah, the D string definitely went down. G string. A little high. G string a little high. That's what he said, right? Another bad dad joke, okay? Oh, I think we need to turn off the wah-wah to be able to tune well. There we go. B. The E's a little low. E. A little low. A. A okay. D okay. G okay. B okay. E okay. Good. Everything's in tune now. All right, so let's record some guitar, folks. Finally, instrument number 2. What have we been doing? 4 hours now. I'm really taking my time with this one because I want it to sound nice. So stereo audio track. We're gonna call it Guitar 1, and it should be ADAT inputs 7 and 8. That's where the Mackie mixer is going in. We want to make sure that low latency monitoring is on. Why not turn on heat? It's Pro Tools' little system for simulating analog consoles and tape recorders. It's subtle, but why not? We'll leave it on. Now, why can't I see it? Heat is on. View or window. I want to see the heat. Is it on the other window? Why don't I see the heat controls? No, see, this just opened an auxiliary track I didn't need. What's this audio track I also don't need? Delete. Oh, wait. Oh, right. No, this is the second bass, isn't it? Let's see. Audio. No, there's nothing there. Delete. Contains alternate playlists. What alternate playlists are in here? Huh. Nothing there either. So let's just delete this track. Yeah, delete it. So we have all of our drums. We have all of our bass. The clavinet I have already deleted, I think. Yeah. We have guitar. Track is modulating. Didn't need to be stereo because I'm no longer using the reverb. could be just a mono track, I guess. Let's do that. Let's delete this track and open a new one in mono. Let's call it guitar 1. Guitar 1. And we'll just take input 7 or 8. 8 at 7 or 8. Right? Alright, so I don't know. Let's I think I'm procrastinating. I should just record. Let's see what comes out. And sadly, since I didn't use a metronome, I'm not going to be able to like be moving guitar parts around in the arrangement because probably there's fluctuation in the BPM. So I'm really going to have to nail the whole song. So let's do it. To be something really simple, like James Brown simple. Maybe, does it even need the wah-wah, maybe? You know, I kind of feel like it should leave that hall reverb on. It wasn't sounding so bad. And that way I don't need to add reverb later. And I feel more inspired right now playing it. I think I'm gonna have to jam with the track a little bit, folks, until I can find like the right super simple guitar riff. Could be just a single note, you know. Let's see. Let's raise up the GoPro a little bit so y'all can see me play the guitar. And start. I think this is getting there. You know, a couple things. So first, I feel like it's distorting. I'm going to bring the gain down and the level up. still distorting a bit. Maybe just bring down the output. Oh, we got the blues driver on, folks. Sorry. That's what was up. Right? That's a less distortion. Sounding nice. Maybe even a little less gain on the JC. Also, I feel like it's recording really soft. So we need a little more gain on the inputs. So maybe we just need to bring up the channel volume. Right there. Bring everybody else down. Everything except for this channel should have volumes down on the mixer. So there's still a little bit of grit, still a little bit of drive there, which is probably natural because of the wah-wah too. I think the wah-wah. Maybe you want a little bit more bass, here. And the level all the way up. A little tiny bit more gain. All right, I think that's sounding pretty funky. Let's try it. Anybody here with me today? Say hi in the chat, folks. I'm feeling a little lonely. Okay. There we go. It's gonna be that that kind of Bo Diddley clave kind of feel. Okay. Getting there, folks. Getting used to this still. I think this pick is too hard. I need a softer pick for this. This could be maybe too soft. Let's see. I have a whole bunch of picks here. Maybe like that Fender Heavy, the classic Tortex. This is soft. Kind of liking the soft. I don't know. Let's see. Do I have any of those like turtle shell looking things? Like the Fender, classic Fender heavy one. I do have a green Tortex. I think the green Tortexes are nice. I'm used to those. Oh. So sorry y'all have to sit through me picking picks. This feels nice. Yeah, the green Tortex even looks pretty spent because it's one I use a lot. Okay. Who's here, folks? Martin Gomez. You like my song Girasol? Thank you. Thank you very much. That's a Brazilian style tune. Like Baião Forró kind of a thing. Love doing those. Oh, thank you, Martin. I don't feel so lonely now. Seems like someone's here. So, Martin, we're doing a funk tune today. And guess what? After 4 hours, I've only gotten bass and drums down. Because I've been very meticulous. So we're going to do guitar now. Okay, I think it's okay up to there. We have to figure something out for that B section. So sounds off. I think there's something wrong. Let's remove delay compensation here. So I have a feeling that it's compensating for the plugins on bass and drums and creating like a timing weirdness here. All right. Yeah, because I definitely don't feel like I played this so off as it's sounding right now. So let's try another take and check and see if it's more in time. Okay, don't give myself enough time to turn around and put my foot on the wah-wah. There we go. that's the B section. We'll figure something out for the B section. But let's first check and see if the timing is better now. Yeah. Now, who would have thunk it? I mean, I thought the delay compensation was supposed to fix such potential issues. It's actually making it worse. So no delay compensation, folks. Let's leave that off. Yep, timing sounds way better now. Now, I still think I can perform that a little better. I'm starting to think I should have done the whole thing a little slower. Oh, camera connection lost. I think my battery went out on the GoPro, folks. Let's plug it in. Plug it in, let it charge for a little bit. Yeah, it says battery low. But let's try it. Maybe we can still preview it while it's charging. Enable preview. Powering off. Okay, no. We're just gonna let the GoPro charge for a while, folks. Sorry about that. We're gonna bring. You can actually see a little bit of my desktop now. And maybe I'll zoom out the Sony so you can see me play, kind of, because I'm turning around to be able to step on the Wawa over there. But still, it's better than nothing, right? Sorry again, folks. This has been one of my longer streams because I don't have to go pick up the girls from school. They're on vacation. So I can go longer today. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do, but we're gonna start again. Sorry, another take. I don't know. I'm feeling a little unfunky. Maybe I'm getting tired, but it can't be that I'll end today with only bass and drums, which is how we ended yesterday. All right, I would be happy with this for A and B. Now, for the bridge, we do need to figure something else out. So, and maybe we can do the phrase with the bass, and then go. Right, the C major 7 here. Right, and the G, and then an A minor. So. And back to the E. So that sounds pretty good. Let's try that. Dun 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 dun. Anticipated. You know what I just realized? A couple things. One is that now that I'm using the reverb on the pedal, we do need to record this in stereo. So that means we're going to record the beginning again. It's okay, because now I got it. So it should just be a quick one take. And stereo, guitar, and also because maybe I'll use the chorus for the B section. And that's stereo too. So, all right. So we have to set inputs 7 and 8 here. And let's just make sure that the volume is the same on both channels. So we got to bring 7 down a tiny bit. There we go. Okay, so let's do this again. In stereo now. So we want that reverb. And each time I do it, I get a little bit better at it. I'm going to bring this pedal board a little closer to me. So I'm not going so far. All I have to do is swivel the chair now. Anybody here with me right now? Besides Martin? Are you still here, Martin? Okay. Please say hi on the chat, folks. I'd like to feel company. Maybe I'm all alone. All right. Recording guitar. That's sounding okay. That's sounding okay. Getting a little better. I think maybe we need a little bit more gain on the mixer there. So let's record a little louder. Dun, All right. So I like that. That was my best take. So I'm glad I've done it that many times. Okay. So now we're gonna do that. Boom, 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 doom. We're gonna follow the bass phrase on the transition to the bridge. Dun, 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 dun. And we'll turn on the phaser and the chorus. And maybe the delay too. But we'll have less regeneration on the delay, less mix. No, maybe no delay. Now, do we want only the chorus or the phaser as well? Hold on, this chorus isn't plugged in stereo. Okay, we need another cable. Where is, so that it can be a stereo chorus? Come on, that's worth the trouble. Oh man, my headphone wire is not long enough to get to where the pedal cables are. There we go. Can I reach it? Can I reach it? Ah. Here's where I have all my pedal cables, the little ones. And we need a nice stubby shorty one for this function, like this. Hold on folks, sorry about this. We need this chorus pedal to be coming in. Oh shoot, there's no stereo input on this amp simulator, so that means no stereo chorus. Are you kidding me? What would happen if we plug it in straight and use an amp sim after the fact? I think that's what I'm going to do. And yeah, so you know what? We're going to record this on a separate track. But in that case, all right. Sorry again. It makes more sense to finish recording all of the mono guitar first. Oh, I apologize. Apologize for all the buzzing. So we want no phaser, no chorus, and we're gonna just skip the B section and go. But when it goes back to the A, we'll continue with the waka chuka guitar. All right, and then we're gonna do the stereo effect for the B section and use a different amp sim for that, so it'll be like a second guitar. But you know what? If it's gonna be a second guitar, we might as well do guitar 1 with this sound anyway. Right? Alright. All right. I think that's okay. That's a good take of guitar 1. Now we can open up a new stereo guitar track. Stereo. Call it guitar 2. And this is mostly going to be the stereo guitar for... And you know what? This time I'm going to mute the mixer here, so you're all not hearing my plugging and unplugging stuff. Because now we're going to use the chorus pedal, which is stereo. And we're going to use phaser. And maybe we won't even use the wah. All right, let's bring this back up. And maybe even a different pickup configuration. To create more contrast. Chorus. Now, why is it sounding like louder on one side than the other? Oh, effect level. Right, we need effect level to be all the way up. Yep, something like that. So let's do it. But you know what? I might as well record over the whole thing. Maybe it will be useful to have like a... something like that happening. Yeah. It actually sounds nice to do a couple accents like this, but we need a different delay time. Like that. Oh, it wasn't the B section yet. Hold on. Alright, we're gonna... Oh, shoot. That didn't record because I forgot to set the right inputs for the channel. It's 8 at 7 and 8. It's okay. That way it was a rehearsal take. Rehearsal takes are important as well. Let's do this again. All right. So we want. Oh, actually, I don't need to be facing the pedal board now, because I'm no longer using the wah-wah. Oh, wrong chord. I played the major 7 there. It's supposed to be dominant 7 in this part. Let's fix it. Okay, so now we're gonna do the dong 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 da dong. Right? We're gonna repeat the phrase, so we strengthen it by doing it with multiple instruments. So. Alright, we need to do that a little better. We want to do it again though. Dun, 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 the second time. Right. That all worked really well. It was nice that the guitars switched roles at some point. Like, where one was doing, the other was going, and then this one started doing the. while the other one is doing the melody thing. That worked out really nice. But now here, where it goes to halftime, which is a part of the song I'm still not convinced works really well, but we'll go on with it. And eventually, if I have to, I'll just cut it out because it's already almost at the 3-minute mark. Doesn't need to be much longer than that. So we could probably just skip this and go right to the end vamp if I feel like the halftime part doesn't work. Anybody here with me right now? Please say hi in the chat if you are. I feel like I'm repeating myself, saying that all the time. Maybe I'm all alone and I think like somebody's watching and nobody is. Doesn't matter though. I just need to get this going, get this song going. Oh, that sounded all very nice. But I think I should do double the bass riff at the very, very end. So what is it doing exactly? Let's hear it. Right. So I just played that last chord by itself at the end there so that I can possibly paste it in to the last hit there. I think that'll work. All right. So we got the guitars down. Finally, feel like we made a little more progress here. So we were just like cleaning up imperfections before from bass and drums. So let's go ahead and put that last chord where it should go. Now, the idea here, since I had to bypass the amp sim, had to bypass the amp simulation pedal, right? Because it has a mono input, and I wanted to use the stereo chorus. So the idea was to use a different amp sim, like a plugin. However, I'm starting to think it sounds really interesting. Just the guitar line, right? It's sometimes in studios back in the day, people would do that. They would just record guitars with effects straight into the mixer, and so we could use an amp sim that is a stereo plugin that would replace the pedal that I was using on the mono guitar track, or we could simply leave it be. Now, I want to copy this bong to the first hit there. So the guitar is hitting with the bass and the drums in the intro. Sounds nice that way. So, right, like that. Maybe we'll mute the guitar right here for the doom, the bass thing. Maybe like this. No, it should last at least until the fill there. It's noisy. This guitar is noisy. Hear that? There's like a digital noise. I wonder where that's coming from. I'm not using any digital pedals. None at all. It's Dynacomp. Yeah, I wonder where that whine sound is coming from in my pedal board. Have to isolate that at some point. But here, maybe we can make it sound less whiny and digital if we do use a amp sim. So let's go to harmonic, guitar, amp, stereo. Yeah, we just need to turn that down. First guitar has that too. Do I have the Waves NS1? Let's see, noise reduction. Yeah, we do have the NS1. Wow, that's impressive how it works so well. Maybe we don't need the guitar amp on this guitar either if we use the NS1 on this. Noise reduction, NS1 stereo. Yeah, nice. That's working nice. Now maybe we can spread the guitars in stereo a tiny bit. Maybe also use a bit of a compression on the wah guitar. So let's go to Dynamics, Renaissance, X. On the other guitar too. I mean, I do have the compressor in the pedal. Okay, now we're gonna fix little rhythmic imperfections. Like remember with the bass, sometimes the the drums would anticipate a downbeat and the bass wouldn't, so we fixed that. We need to do the same to the guitar now. Guitars. Yeah, right here's one. Right? In fact, here is a case where the guitar anticipated, but the other instruments did not. The bass and drums did not. we're gonna try, right, to just sync that up. But that's gonna leave a little gap. Little gap in the guitars here, which we might have to fill with something. Right. So. Yeah, but I'm always anticipating. So I think this might be a case of actually anticipating drums and bass to follow the guitar instead, right? Because the guitar is always doing that little anticipated line. So it would make sense for it to keep doing that and for the drums and bass to follow. So let's hear that. Okay, now I feel like the guitars are filling up too much of that space. Especially this one, I think. So let's see where we cut it. Yeah, right where the other guitar does like a little glide down. Maybe we can cut this one. Yep. Alright, let's go back from the beginning here. Anybody here today with me? Come on. Come on, folks. I'm actually going to peek. I'm going to peek. I'm going to go into my YouTube. I'm curious. I want to know if I'm all alone. View your channel. Using LiveStream. Anybody here today with me? Come on. 3 watching. Okay. Out of 180,000 subscribers that I have, at least 3 people are watching, even though you don't want to talk to me. You don't want to say anything in the chat. That's okay. 5 people are watching. Good. Hi, 5 people that are watching me. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, right. No, it is streaming. It's just that it's not. I haven't hit play, so it looks frozen. Hey, hi, 5 people. Who are you, 5 people? Say hi to me on the chat, please. All right. So here we are making a funk tune. Yesterday we did drums and bass. Today we fixed up little things about the bass to match up with the drums better. And now we've recorded 2 guitar tracks and we're fixing up the guitar tracks. Yeah, these guitars are sounding really nice. Really organic, vintage. It's nice to use analog pedals sometimes instead of all digital stuff all the time. Even though the amp sims are digital, I guess I could have used an amp too. Mic'd it up. Get lazy to do that. Okay, this little guitar hit here is a little early, a little rushed. Let's relax it a little bit. So. Yep, there we go. Now this that would be nice to do with the guitar, wouldn't it? What is it doing? Oh. I'm gonna have to do that with my fingers instead of the pick. Oh, I can do it with the pick. See, I'm a bass player, not a guitar player, so some fast passages is hard for me to do with the pick. But I think I can do this one. We'll try. Let's see. Not so precise. A little better. All right. I think that worked. Let's see. Let's see if we can splice that in so it works. Yeah, I just need to isolate that little overdub there. Put some crossfades in it. Yep. Yeah, this halftime, it takes away from the funk. But when you think about maybe Funkadelic, for example, which was a band that mixed funk with rock, then you feel like, it's not actually so wrong, right? We can let that exist. What do y'all think? Come on, chatters. Somebody say hi to me. Now listen, already the song works with just bass drums and two guitars. I mean, there are bands that are just that, right? However, funk is like my favorite idiom, which makes me wanna like really like do something special with this song, you know? Really make it. So even though I've already spent 2 days with it, and it's almost 3:30 here, so I've been at it for longer than 3 hours just today. Um, I kind of feel like I should keep going. Maybe add some keys. You know, I should probably eat something at this point. But the music compels me. Music compels me. I wonder if I can already turn on the GoPro, if it's been charged enough. Let's see. Powering on. Enable preview. Starting preview. Join. Yeah, because as you see, we have a big hole here on my stream where you're looking at my desktop. That's supposed to be a camera. My camera 2, which shows the instruments that I'm playing. Oh, and there we go. GoPro is back online. Nice. So now you can see me play the keys, right? So let's check it out. Now, I had to turn way up for the... I had to turn way up for the guitar. Seems like my guitar pedal has very low output. Ah, I love this keyboard. It sounds so nice. That was a little bit of... It won't be long till I need a friend, somebody to carry on. We all need, when we're not strong, and I need a friend. I need to carry on. It won't be long till I need a friend, somebody to lean on, and just call on me, brother, if you need a hand. We all need somebody to lean on. Such a nice song. All right. But I don't think it's going to be a Rhodes for this funky tune, is it? Actually, it doesn't sound bad. The Rhodes doesn't sound bad. But I do think that a clavinet yeah, clavinet's funkier. I mean, come on. Now, I'm not sure. I'm not sure the wah-wah effect should be this kind, because this is like an LFO, right? Wah, it's automatic. You might need it to be, there you go, touch wah. So it responds to how hard I hit it. Yeah, that was a little loud, wasn't it? All right, we already have a clavinet channel here, track, because at some point I did record a little bit of clav. So let's see what happens. Yeah, we want this to, we want the intro too. Yeah, I like the. All right, let's do this again. I think it's less octaves. It's more just maybe one hand. There we go. All right, no, this is turning out. I'm kind of following the guitar, but it's all right. Yeah, let's do the third here for the intro, and then kind of follow the guitar and do little fills that the guitar's not doing. That was pretty good up to that point. Now the B section goes to the 4 chord, and the guitars are doing like more filling out. So maybe the clav should stay on a more rhythmic roll there. All right, now I think that works for the B section, but the 5 chord that happens at the end needs to be synced up with everybody. Dun, 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 let's hear. Let's hear it up to that point. Dun, 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 ding. Yeah, that sounds better. All right, so here maybe we go up an octave. I feel I can do this part better. Dun, 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 dun. Is that what it's doing? Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Now that's nice. That's nice that the clav here, while the guitars are doing just the harmony part, the clav does it like a different melody. No, I think it should do the same as the guitar here. Right? That sounds nice right there. Yeah, let's not get in the way of the bass here. The bass is doing a nice riff. Yeah, clean up some of these extraneous clav notes that get in the way. Right, so what's this melody gonna be? It could be that. Something like that works. That kind of works. I think it does. Hertz Loco, very underrated artist. I love your music. Wow, that's very nice of you to say. Thank you very much. Maybe the first part of the melodic phrase should be the same that the guitars are doing. Yeah, let's do that. There we go. We'll do that. Gotta do that same phrase at the end too. All right, so let's listen up to that point. You know, I'm starting to think that the dynamic clav effect isn't working as well. Maybe the wah, the auto wah does work nicer. But then, you know, everything I've done so far has worked, so let's just use it from this point on. Like that. No, it gets too lost. No, we'll keep it. Yeah, we're just missing some attack. Yeah, we were losing some attack on the higher notes there. So I just put up the depth a little higher. Let's try that. All right, let's try that again. this sounds cool. Now here, it feels like the anticipation is a little too anticipated. So I'm automating some volumes here. I'm cutting some clips and messing with the clip gain because I do feel like it's kind of like disappears some points. Some points it's a little too loud. Also, might as well put a compressor on there too. Excuse me. Oh, by the way, I'm no longer as sick as I was, just a tiny bit. That's good development. This phrase sounds a little late. Sounds like a little off timing. Just this little bit here. There we go. Okay, this note right here sounds a little weird. And then I want to go the do it with the bass guitar. Right? I'm just gonna do this. There you go. Okay. Oh, almost. Sorry. It's not a key I'm too used to playing in. If this was in C, it'd be just much easier for me. Almost. All right, that might work if I just punch in the last chord now. Almost. So I keep the first two notes and then I start. Right. It's cheating, right? I'm such a cheater. Sorry, folks. So, but I have Pro Tools right in front of me. How am I not gonna take advantage of its, of its advantages? And so then here. Right. So that's a C chord there. And then an A, and then back to the E. Right, that's it's getting there, folks. Anybody here with me? Say hi in the chat, please. Yeah, finally we got that. If I was recording MIDI, it would have been way easier. But I'm doing this old school, just straight audio, no MIDI. Maybe this clap should do the same as the guitar is doing here, like dun, 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 dun. So. Right? So let's do that. Yeah, I think that sounds nice. You gotta take advantage of melodies when they show up. When like spontaneously any instrument just kind of makes a melody, why not double it with other instruments, right? Now here we probably need this clap to be a little softer so that the guitars and bass can shine. Possibly even softer than that. So as you see, I'm always mixing as I go. I don't really separate the process of composing and mixing. A little louder last note. Right, so let's go back to the funk here. giving myself enough time to feel the groove. Still not understanding where the one is. We gotta come from way before. Right, now there's a end phrase there. So this is like a kind of a just a funky vamp. We can kind of all improvise a little. So that da-da-da worked pretty good there. And now we need to do that. Ding dang ding 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 ding. Almost. Nice. Right, so let's open up the little phrase. Right, now we can turn down the clav here, both places. Again, we don't want it to overshadow the guitars and bass. Nice. You know, it's that time to put on a reverb for the overall mix. And as usual, I'm going to use the Valhalla. It's my favorite reverb. And we're going to use the concert hall. We're just going to bring the decay down so it's not like super cathedral-y. And now we're going to send that clavinet. Right, so it doesn't sound so dry. Okay, we probably don't need a click on this song, right? There's no metronome, there's no grid. So let's listen to the whole thing, how it's coming out. And again, it could probably be enough now that we have two guitars, keys, bass, and drums. But I don't know. I think some horns. What do you folks think? I think we need horns, don't we? It deserves it. So it's a full Ohio player's experience. So I do play trombone a little bit. So we can try doing a little trombone. Or we can go with some fake keyboard horns that sound convincing. So we'll see. But I think that's for tomorrow, folks. I think I'm tired. I'm hungry. I've been doing this for over 4 hours today. It's way longer live stream than I've been doing lately. There's still kind of a whine coming out here. Yes, is coming out of the keyboard? I wonder what about this keyboard is maybe it's it's probably the USB. Listen to that. The wine is gone. The wine is gone away. So I should probably be using a MIDI cable into the interface instead of the USB connection. USB is such a pain in the butt. All right. So again, since we don't have a count off, I always miss the first hit. So we just have to cut and paste it. Ding, ding, ding. Now, the drums sound soft. So what does that mean? No, it doesn't mean I need to bring up the drums because we're already at like peak headroom here. What it means is I need to bring down everybody else. So bass 1, bass 2, guitar 1, guitar 2, and clavinet. Everybody turn down in volume. Okay, this little guitar thing here is distracting from the bass riff. Or I could just put it where the drums go, right? Put it right where that kick and hi-hat. So it doesn't feel so lonely. So lonely. Yeah, it's a tiny little detail, almost inaudible, but makes a difference. So I do want to hear. In fact, we might need to bring the bass up a little bit in volume here, because it's all alone, right? Yeah, see? Tiny little mix detail. Hey, Tim Coggins. Thanks for chiming in. Looks like you like the idea of the trombone. I like it too. But you know what? Yeah, I'm getting tired and hungry, folks. Been doing this for 4 hours today. I didn't think, it's funny because the idea was I'm going to do funk because I'm good at it and I can do it easily and quickly. But then the reason I'm good at it is because I take my time and do it well. So um, it's taken 5 hours so far instead of one that I thought I was going to be able to do it in. So I think I'm going to do trombone tomorrow and maybe some synth and Hammond organ. The B section might need like a nice Hammond organ bed of sound. Um, and I think some synth bass complementing the electric bass just for some wow. And I do want to use the vocoder still, like for some, uh, you got to get down to get funky little things. So yeah, this is turning out to be quite a masterpiece that is not just a simple 1 day stream. So it's going to be a 3 day stream, folks. And tomorrow I'm going to take my time and do it really well. And yeah, I still want to add a couple of things, but I think for now, what we have is sounding really nice. So why don't I give it one last full listen to the whole thing, and then we'll say goodbye for today. Sound good? All right. Let's listen to the whole thing as we have it right now, and I'll start thinking of what the trombone could do at some point in the song, as well as Hammond synthesizer, bass, and talk box. All right, folks, let's listen to it one more time and say goodbye. I'm happy. Funk makes me happy, even if it takes 5 hours just to get the rhythm track down. I'm gonna record some trombone, and I haven't played the trombone for a long time. It's actually right here, and I've had trombones and I've played trombones on and off for many years, but I've never really been a trombone player. Never been quite proficient at it, and so I don't have a lot of chops on the trombone, but I can get around. It's a slide trombone, so I can get around by playing by ear. I haven't had to like memorize positions and anything like that. So I can fake it. I can fake it okay. But I needed it to be cleaned and lubricated. That was the thing. So when I created the stream today, I realized I hadn't done any work on the trombone. It was going to be super sticky, hard to play, and as I'm not a great trombonist, that would have made it even worse. So I actually went over to the kitchen and cleaned it up, lubricated it real nice. I used the age-old. Um, I mean, there are better things nowadays. Trombotine's probably better, but in the old days, people used Pond's cold cream to lubricate the trombone, and I realized that right now it's pretty much the only thing I have. So that's what I did. And I also have a little spray bottle. So if it starts getting a little sticky, I spray water on it on the slide, and it'll keep going. But I don't have a lot of even like I don't have endurance on the instrument, so I can't do a lot of takes. I have to pretty much play, and if it comes out of tune and all wrong, then it's going to be a matter of trying to tune it after the fact with Melodyne and so on. In fact, I hope my Melodyne is active. Last time I tried to use it, it seemed like my license hadn't been activated in this machine. So that's something we need to work out, figure out to make sure. Because I know I'm going to need the Melodyne for this. I am not a very good trombone player. But the funk tune's turning out really nice. Um, let's open it up in LiveStream Funk number 1. Open. And have a listen while I check out the Melodyne situation. Yesterday, the first day I did drums, which I just improvised with no metronome or scratch track. I just sat behind the drum set and I got in the zone and churned out a single take. That's how I like to do things these days, as natural as possible. I did go through a phase of practicing a lot of drums, so I'm fairly decent at it, enough to where I can do this kind of thing. Just do a take. I found out that that's how Dave Grohl recorded the first Foo Fighters album too. He did all of the drum takes just imagining the song in his mind without anything on the headphones, and then built on top of that. So that was inspiring for me to see that other people partake of that technique as well. And then I recorded some bass. First, we did the P bass with the Nerf dart as a mute and flat wound strings, and that sounded really nice. But then I thought that maybe I needed a brighter sound, so I used the Yamaha BB that I just got and did another take. But then I liked the P bass take better, heard it in the car, thought it sounded better. So I'm using mostly the P bass take, but my performance on the Yamaha was better after I go into halftime. So from that point on, you're hearing the BB, and I think they sound similar enough. They're both P basses. I was using the P pickup on the PJ Yamaha, and even though it didn't have flat wound strings, I thought that the timbre was similar enough. I was using the same chain, so the same compressor and same preamp, the JHS Color Box, which is basically a old Neve console circuit, and they sounded close enough to where I didn't feel like I needed to re-record with the P-Bass. Especially in context, once I added the guitars and the clavinet, you can't really tell unless you're really paying attention to it that the bass sound changes a little bit after halftime. So let's do this. I'm gonna go ahead and open up a track for the trombone and see if I can instantiate the Melodyne. And if not, I have to do a little bit of admin work here, folks, and just make sure my Melodyne is active. All right, so let's have a listen. Is anybody here today with me yet? Has anybody joined? Please say hi in the chat, folks. I love it when people interact with me in the chat. Makes me feel like I have friends and company. All right. Let's. I just realized everybody saw my serial number for Melodyne. Don't steal my Melodyne, folks, please. Alright, so it seems I was able to activate Melodyne. I only had 2 licenses, and this is a new computer. So it was activated on my previous computer, an iMac that I'm no longer using in the studio. So I just needed to deactivate it from the iMac and activate it on the Mac Mini. And yeah, I just realized I'm probably gonna have to edit the video so people are not stealing my Melodyne license. Although you might need to log in to my account in order to do that, and you don't have the password. But either way, I'll have to edit this live video later, so nobody's stealing my license. I knew that getting into this kind of thing during a live stream probably wasn't a great idea. But anyway, so this is a funk tune. I'm going to pause it for a second because I think we need to quit Pro Tools in order to install the Melodyne update. So I'm not going to save anything because all I did was open a new track. I can do that again. And let's go to downloads here and install the new Melodyne. Allow, continue, agree, install. Can you see? Oh no, you can't see my password, so that's fine. Excellent. I hadn't used Melodyne in this year yet, I guess, because that's when I bought this Mac Mini in January, I think it was. So that means I haven't been tuning anything with Melodyne ever since I got this new computer. It's going to be the first time. And yeah, that's going to be fun for you guys to see how I do that as well. Pitch correction with Melodyne. It's one of my strong suits. I'm really good at it. I'm doing it fairly transparently. So it doesn't feel like auto-tuned, doesn't feel like digitized or anything like that. It just sounds like the same performance, but more in tune. Especially with vocalists. They like it the way I do it because it doesn't sound like they've been artificially tuned. And nowadays, no matter how good a singer you have, the expectation, because of how tight and perfect everything is nowadays, there's an expectation for perfection that is unrealistic. And so it's kind of become part of the mix process to just tune vocals. No matter how good a singer is, you still go in there, even if it's just a little bit, just a couple little notes that might be, and obviously if it's free jazz or something like that, then you won't bother. But anything, mainstream pop or whatever, you're gonna tune those vocals, even if it's Adele singing or whatever. I'm pretty sure they use on her too. Anyway, right. So I had a list of things that I wanted to do today. One of them is to do like a synth bass for the Now, normally I wouldn't use like a stage keyboard's synth sounds. I mean, I have a huge modular right there. I have a hydro synth. I have soft synths that are really good at that kind of thing. But, I've been so pleasantly surprised with this Yamaha CK1 keyboard that, why not? Let's have a listen to a synth bass sound on this thing. And see if we can get away with it. Dirty Funk. This is a CP80 piano pad, JP strings. Hammond organ. Yeah, this thing is pretty amazing. I'm pretty sure I can get a. Oh wow, it's a phasing Rhodes. So this is split, which has like a DX7 and what they're calling the Classic Mini. Now I'm using the wheel here, and I'm not getting a wide enough vibrato. Wonder if that's easy to edit. maybe settings here. Sound. Enter part A, part B, right? Enter. Modulation. Enter. Modulation depth. P modulation depth. Pitch modulation depth. That's right. So we want this to be. There we go. That's better. All right, let's go back to modulation speed. Wow, that was so easy. I found it like in first try. So even when you have to menu dive on this thing, which is almost never, it's still. Now I can probably set the my control the volume pedal here to actually open the filter instead of control the volume. Which would be really nice, because then I would use my hand on the mod wheel. Let's turn off the DX7 sound. We don't need it. See, that's as easy as just hitting a note, hitting a button here. There's 3 parts, and we only want the mini Moog, not the DX7 on this. And we might want to turn off the delay too, and less reverb. See, like a true stage keyboard, this thing, everything's right on the panel for you. So yeah, this is not legato behavior is nice. We do have cutoff and resonance right. Everything's available. Really quick, really easy to do. Now let's go back to settings and look at controllers. Foot pedal 2. Yeah, I'm guessing foot pedal 1 is the sustain pedal, and foot pedal 2 would probably be my. In fact, I can just look at which one it's plugged into. Yeah, and so my expression pedal is number 2. Let's go in there and assign. We want, right now it's assigned to expression, so we can change it to, we want it to be filter cutoff. Let's see if we can find that. Cutoff. There it is. Whoa, that was so easy. Unbelievable. That's unbelievable how easy that was. I should probably save this thing. Store. And press enter to store. So now this mini lead sound 3/4. So page 3, set 4. It's just the classic mini with the filter on the pedal. Alright, I think I need this modulation to be a little bit slower and wider. So we're going to go back. Sound, part B. Modulation. Pitch modulation depth. A little more. Huh. Doesn't seem to be doing it. Let's go to modulation speed. for some reason, modulation depth doesn't seem to be. Yeah, it only goes up to a certain point. Yeah, if I want it to be more, it's not quite doing it. Okay, well, I guess that's it. Amplitude modulation? No, we don't want that. Filter modulation? Do we want filter modulation? A little bit would be nice. So here we have our mini Moog style synth bass. Now, but I open up a track here for that. Stereo, just because it does have a tiny bit of reverb. Synth bass. Does it need a synth bass? No, it doesn't need anything else. Actually, the song is sounding pretty nice already. So at this point, I'm just adding ear candy for fun. All right. Here we go. 8 at 7 and 8 input. Interesting. It seems like when it goes all the way down, it reacts differently from left to right side. All right. All the more reason to record it in stereo, because then if we notice one of the sides is bad, we can simply yeah, the modulation is off too. Weird. Okay, let's just do this in mono then. All right. We're just gonna record this in mono. I'm gonna delete this track. We're gonna create a mono track called synth bass. We're gonna assign a single input 7 first. And now what I can do is turn off, mute the channel here, and just use one of the mono channels on the mixer. Too loud, right? Distorting. There we go. Is this the best mini Moog I can? I mean, I have a mini Moog style analog filter over there in the modular, but do we want to waste that much time when this is probably going to be good enough? I mean, I use the modular for stuff I can't do on the keyboard, such as this. All right, so, hey, is anybody here? Say hi to me in the chat if you are, please. Love to see when I have company. All right, so set this to record. Usually I have to make sure that low latency monitoring is enabled so I'm not hearing double. So I have two inspirations when it comes to this kind of thing, synth bass on a funk tune. One of them is Stevie Wonder, of course, and the other one is Bernie Worrell, of course. And you know, there are other guys like nowadays Corey Henry, for example, does this kind of thing really well, and there are others. But yeah, that's what I'm going for, the Bernie Stevie vibe. Hopefully I can pull that off. let's just kind of jam with the song for a second to get a feel for what can be done with this thing. And I think the sound is working really well. The take, I'm not convinced. Hey, Breeze, how you doing, buddy? Good to see you here. Oh, I'm embarrassed in front of you using a stage keyboard to do a Moog sound when I could use my analog stuff. I got lazy and didn't patch anything. I was thinking, though, that maybe using a soft synth could be cool, but I don't know. It's this. I mean, it's working. Why am I gonna waste time, right? So, this is the synth bass. So there's two possible approaches here. I've already established kind of like a guitar melodic thing, like dun, 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 which could also, be reinforced with the keys and possibly horns. Dun, dun, right? It's guitar 2 and clav are doing it. But I actually think this thing should be this like playful response to that, rather. I think that's what Bernie would do. He would be kind of like improvising, playing around the main horn riffs and so on. So I'm gonna save this take just because it sounded kind of cool, and open a new playlist, fresh playlist here, so I can do another take where maybe I. So just recapping for those who are joining late, I've programmed my stage keyboard here, my Yamaha CK61, to do its with its classic Moog preset. And what I did is I assigned the expression pedal to the filter, and I just made the mod wheel go a little wider. Right? Try to do that Bernie Worrell P-Funk thing. And whatever tool works in the moment is the right tool, right, Breeze? Thank you. Thank you for validation. Yeah, I mean, sometimes this would have been a nice excuse to turn on the modular and go in there and get all patchy with cables and stuff. But honestly, I've already taken 5 hours of my life with this song, my perfectionist approach to an old school funk. So yeah, let's just do this. It's working. It's working. Again, I'll use the modular for things that I can't do on a stage keyboard. All right, let's do another take of this thing. Maybe it's a little loud. Right, let's do this. Not waste a lot of time, because I have other things I want to do today. I want to do trombone and talk box, and maybe Hammond organ on the B section. So that's a lot of stuff. Let's get going. Okay. Nah, I like that so far. I think I'm impersonating Bernie Worrell pretty well. However, here there's a little melody in the B section that the clav, everything's doing it, that maybe the synth should do. Right? So let's try it. Yeah, so I started doing the melody and then I kind of improvised, but keeping the melodic rhythm more or less intact. And I think it worked. I think it worked. Love those chord changes there right at the end of the jam, around bar 40ish. Thanks. Yeah, that's what I'm calling the bridge. So it does go to the 4 chord before that. So that's like the B section. And then this is the bridge around bar 40ish. And even this end here. Maybe I should do that with the keys too. So. No bum bum ba-dum, ba bum bum ba-dum, bum 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 ba-dum. Right? Pretty simple, funky melody. Okay, let's give it a little space here before I come in with that finishing melodic fragment there that ends the A section. Yeah, let's just let the clav have a moment in the sun here. Look, I like it, but the producer in me wants to hear this mini moog sound doing just straight up doing the melody. So I'm gonna open a track here, call it synth bass 2, and just we don't lose this cool solo take I did. I'm gonna put it there and mute it. Right? I could use playlists and stuff, but sometimes I like to have my options visible, so I'll use like an alternative track and mute it so that I see it right there and don't forget that I have playlists. So right, I'm just gonna do the melody straight here because I'm already improvising so much everywhere else that maybe it's nice for the moog to just fall in line here. Should I do it at this octave though, the lower octave? Maybe I'll start in this octave and then move up on the second repeat of this. No, too bassy. Yeah. We'll do it here. I still veered from it. Up the octave, right, Tim? Yeah, I agree with you. But should I mean, should I veer off like I did at the end there, or should I just stick to the melody the whole time through the B section? Let's hear it. I think I can do that first phrase a little better too. Yeah, let's go ahead and just do that. Do that one a little better. Alright, I can do a little better. I'm getting too trigger happy with the vibrato there. Okay, that's a little better. Or maybe the last phrase was okay the way I did it. First take. So let's hear. I don't know, I'm having doubts. You know, since this is the take where I'm trying to just play the melody, why don't I just play the melody? You know, I have a take where I'm improvising already. So I'm just gonna play the last. And I'll just end in the up, end going up instead of down. I have to be careful not to close the filter too much, or I'll lose the attack of the notes, right? And remember, I'm using my foot for the filter here, like a wah-wah pedal. Like there, yeah, I can't go all the way down. Or maybe I just bring up, yeah. I'll just bring up the cutoff on the, oh no, it goes back down, okay. So I guess the cutoff on the panel here isn't compounded with the expression pedal, it's replaced by the expression pedal. So I have to really learn the positions on my foot. Right there. Okay, that almost works. Just the end, the little wiggle at the end there didn't quite match up rhythmically. Right? Yep, let's do that. No vibrato, but I'll do a gliss down. Almost. Let me give myself a little bit more time to get in the groove. There we go. All right, so now let's compare. Let's listen to the improv take and compare it to the melody take. So here's the improv take. I like it better, folks. I don't know about you guys. I mean, it sounds nice when I'm just doing, the melody straight. Going up one more octave, the last 2 times would add some cool energy. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting, Breeze. I think I'll try that. Since I have this extra take where I'm doing a straight melody. So here, right? You know what? Just so I don't lose this, what I'm gonna do is gonna copy, open a new playlist, paste, and on this one, which is a copy of the previous playlist, I will do what Bree says. So I'll go up an octave, and we'll try that. Oh, need to set it to record, enable it first. Oops. So that's an option too. I have 3 options now for this section. One is the improv. The other is the straight melody, all in the same octave. And the other is second half up the octave. So let's have a listen to this. I think the drums need adjustment here. Right? Because I'm doing dun 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 dun, the drums are doing dun 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 dun. But maybe this tom hit should be later, like where this note is. I wonder if I can do this without it sounding weird. Let's try. Oh, there you go. It needs to go a little bit more. Dun, 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 ba-dun. A tiny bit more. And how do I make it now? Fill this out without it sounding weird. We need to fill this void here. Maybe just duplicate this hit. Ah. Or just this one so it alternates and it's not the same one repeated twice. Boom. Ah. as far as arrangement goes, I think this works a little better, doesn't it? And then we can bring this back a little bit and do a crossfade. And cross our fingers. Crossfade, cross fingers. And let's listen. Yeah, Breeze, thanks, man. I think I like that for this version. So for the melodic version, I'll keep the second half an octave higher. However, I'm still not convinced that I like this better than the improvised keys on there. Let's listen to that. I don't know. I think I like this a little better. Sounds cool, right, Breeze? Am I saying your name correctly? Is it Breeze or Bryce or? I wonder if you could write it phonetically for me so I'm not mispronouncing your name all the time. Let's just have a quick listen with both synth tracks open. I think it's a little busy. You know what? I'm gonna save the straight melody part, but I'm gonna keep for now the improvised. I'm feeling that is a little more interesting and energetic. And maybe the horns will do the straight melody. Now I have to continue. Song continues after this. Yeah, we're about halfway. So we have to continue with this. Let's have a listen to the beginning, so I get back in that vibe, back in the zone with. Yeah, it's like the response idea. Yep, the playful Bernie Worrell vibe. So that's what we're gonna do. Let's continue. Should I? Right? Should I do that with the electric bass? Might as well just to have it right. Oh, I think I like it. Again, just let's really nail the funkiness here. Yeah, I think that really adds to that little electric bass riff. And we'll continue from there. And we have another, and then it goes to the B section, but with the drums in halftime. So that's that same melody that we were just doing. So again, maybe this time, come on, dogs. Maybe this time, by itself definitely sounds nicer. You're singing it as good as the English tongue allows it. Oh, okay, Breeze. Thank you. Pretty much spot on. All right. So like the cheese, right? Yeah, I like that bass. It was feeling the P bass was feeling a little lonely there. I'm glad Bernie joined in with Bootsy. Do I want to do ding digga 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 with the synth? I think no, because the synth is already like so present that it'd be nice to stop it and let the other instruments do that. And then we come in with the melody. Right, it's the C. So let's do that. That's the gist, but I'm not sure my execution was the right one yet. Yeah, it's different because it's half time, so it's not dun, 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 bun, dun. It's more like dun, 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 dun. Right? Let's try that. Right? I like that better. First half, I think, nailed it. Bass doubled up sounds exactly right, doesn't it? Yeah. Hey, it's so nice to have you here with me, Breeze. I hope you can hang out for a while. Now it got softer. It looks like there's like a decay on the Moog sound. The sustain isn't sustaining. So it got a little soft there. I don't know if I can fix that with automation, or maybe I should just replay that part. Or should I even do like follow the guitar? Dun, 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 dun. Let's try it. No, give yourself a little time, but oh, anticipated. I don't know. No, I think it was cool that I was opening up the filter as the guitars were doing that melodic thing. But then, yeah, then I think I should come in with something stronger. Back to the C here. There we go. Let's listen to this. Right, now we can get super playful. Let the Bernie out. This is what's funny about funk music. It's like I can play the major scale. Or actually the Mixolydian, right? Works really well. But I can also play minor pentatonic, which has different notes, right? Like these two notes are half step above these two, and both things work. Like both idioms or scales or whatever you want to call them. I can we can choose whether I want the second and third to be major or minor. The third and fourth, rather. Both work. Isn't that cool? Here's another decision. Do I want Bernie Worrell to play the end riff with the rest of the band? Maybe we do want that part to be like super strong, right? Dun, 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 dun. Yep. Give yourself a little more time to get in the groove. Yeah, I think that works. What do y'all think? Who's here with me still? Scales are weird. Yeah, scales are weird. Especially like funky bluesy music. You can go diatonic or you can do pentatonic, and both work really well. It becomes a matter of personal taste and personal decision at that point. Okay. Now, this little hit right here, I think needs to be. Yeah, I think I want this one to be tight with the guitar, with the clav. There we go. Nailed it. Let's just do little crossfades. Always do crossfades so there's no clicks. So your sound engineer doesn't yell at you afterwards. In this case, I'm the sound engineer. So I don't yell at myself afterwards. Love those moogie glissandi, right? No, and setting up the expression pedal for the filter was a killer idea. Normally, I don't know if you can even do that on a real Moog. Can you? Does it have an expression pedal input? It has a CV input, I think, that you can. Yeah, I think there's a way to do that, probably. Okay, so I think we're done with the Burn URL on this one. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go back to the previous playlist. I don't want to lose what I did here with the melody part on the B section. But I'm going to go back to the previous take. Which one was it? Yeah, this one. This is the one we don't want anymore. It's the one where I did the melody in the same octave. So I can replace it with the new one and then replace the middle section with the more improvised, iteration. And that way we now only have a single track for the Moog. And I can hide and make inactive the other one. I like to clean things up so I'm not looking at more tracks than I need to, right? Okay, let's put everybody in medium size here. All right, we're progressing nicely here. We've already finished the first thing that I wanted to do. Would love to witness the trombone and talk about stuff, but I have to go. Oh, okay, man. Well, you can go back and watch the rest of this live stream in retrospect later. Fun to watch you shred some keys. Thank you. Thank you so much, Breeze, for joining me. I totally understand that people have other things to do than just watch me jam. So thank you again. Hope you can join again later. And if you're curious about how the trombone and talkbox stuff turned out, you can come back to this live stream later. It'll be saved in my channel. And I'll probably have to edit the beginning where I shared my Melodyne serial number. before anybody has a chance to steal it. Hopefully, I can still do that. All right. See you later, Breeze. Thanks for joining. Now, before I go into talk box and trombone, while I'm playing keys, I might as well do a little Hammond bed on the B section. So we're going to start a new track here, stereo. And yeah, since we want it to be stereo because of the Leslie, we're going to go back to using stereo track on my little mixer here. I have this little Mackie mixer that I'm using for this side of my desk, which is mostly just this keyboard. The point of the mixer was to have balanced outputs into my interface because I had long cables coming out of this keyboard all the way around to the interface, and it was picking up quite a bit of noise on the way, so gotta use balanced cables. So I'm basically using this mixer as a direct box just to have balanced outputs. Maybe the keyboard even has balanced outputs. I could have used just balance. But anyway, it's nice to put this thing to use, and I can have other things plugged into it as well. In fact, I have, instead of using the CK for the Hammond part, I could just use the YC because that's even plugged in to the mixer here. Which input is it in? 5 and 6, I think. Yep. Yeah, why not? Let's pull this thing down. And because I kind of like it better. I mean, the CK is great, but for Hammond, the YC is nicer, believe it or not. Let's just put it in the Hammond. Even the drawbars feel nicer, you know, they're clicky like real drawbars. The buttons, all the buttons are more like a real Hammond, real organ. This is my Bufaco synth brush here. Just cleaning up the keys before I play. Let's get a little dirty. Use a little reverb. And I can do the Leslie with a flick here. So this is definitely a nicer Hammond than this guy. Let's compare. Let's go to a Hammond on here. Exit the and go to page 11, which is where I have my own presets, and we have a Hammond here. The classic mini there too. Adjusting. Oh, is it the 11 where I have my things? Right, this is my electric piano, which is a mix of a Rhodes and a Wurlitzer. It's kind of original. And here we go. This is the... And this thing, it also has drawbars, right? It also has a Leslie switch, speed switch. But all the drawbars are tiny. They're not clicky, they're continuous. The rotary switch is a button instead of that nice, flick that I can do here. So this just feels like a nicer playing experience, even though the keys are small. I mean, that's the only downside, I guess, is the mini keys on this guy. That doesn't bother me too much. I mean, I'm a multi-instrumentalist anyway. I get used to playing, like going from guitar to bass, and so adapting to small keys like a melodica or like an accordion is not a problem for me. As far as the sound goes, of course, we didn't have to match the drawbar settings perfectly. Let's just open up all the drawbars and see what happens. Yeah, you know what I mean? This thing sounds better. It has a better Hammond engine, I think. Bree says, we'll watch later. Bye. Cool. All right, I'm sure he's gone by now. Who else is here? Folks, say hi on the chat. Wow, this sounds so nice. This is definitely my preferred Hammond. And I like it even better than any soft Hammonds. I have the Arturia thing, and it's awesome. I think I have the Native Instruments B4 as well. The classic first, like, really good Hammond emulation was the Native Instruments. I remember when that thing was just introduced, you know, nothing had really ever come that close to a real Hammond. I was so chuffed and excited. Nowadays, yeah, even this little thing does a great job. All right. So we were opening a track on Pro Tools here called B3. Let's just call it what it is, YC, right? It's the Yamaha YC. No, I don't want 3 tracks, just one stereo track is enough. And it's also getting its audio from ADAT inputs 7 and 8. And I like this sound. I put most of the drawbars up, see, except for the low one and the high one. It's really kind of a hollow, almost like a gospel kind of a sound. Let's see how this adds up to probably, I'm going to record over the whole thing just because I like playing around. Maybe, it will sound nice doing something. But basically, the idea is to use it in the B section, especially when the drums go into halftime. So let's do it. Yeah, it's kind of sounding nice. I'm kind of liking it. Right, especially the beginning sounded really cool. But precisely when I think that it would be, when I really wanted it, which is for that 4 chord. Is it major or minor? It's major. Yep, this is where I really wanted it. Excuse me. Yeah, that's where it sounds nice when it goes to the 4 chord. continue because I actually do think it's doing some nice little accenty things that complement the song. You know, some funk bands were like 20 people on stage, P-Funk, for example. So it's not unusual to have like a bunch of musicians, a bunch of tracks, a bunch of different instruments sounding. As long as everybody's like finding their spot and being funky together, it's all good. So let's do it. Let's do that again. Right. Bum, 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 ba-dum. Let's just open up and let this little glide. Now the dum, bum, bum, ba-dum. Yeah, maybe the Hammond should do this melody. Should I do the melody or should I do chords underneath? Let's try. Alright, I have to give myself a little bit more time to get in the groove. Yeah, that sounded nice. So I did the main melody in the beginning, but then kind of just let it fill out and be freer. Let's hear it. Wait a minute. Where's the bass? Where's the dun 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 dun? Oh, did I lose that? Is that this right here? I think I lost it when I did that edit. There it is. There it is. We're gonna copy this. Oh, I just have to remember which is the actual take. Is this it? No. Is this it? Yeah, this is it. Boom. Yep. We need that doubled synth bass. Synth bass doubling the P bass. Right, and then we'll continue adding little accents of the Hammond here. nicely. And yeah, this is sounding like Life on Planet Groove, you know, where you had Larry Goldings on the Hammond. Um, maybe they had other keyboard players as well. Sometimes you do. Sometimes you have like one guy on the clav, one guy on the synth, one guy on the Hammond, and one more guy on like the Rhodes or something. 4 keyboard players. It's not unheard of. This phrase, for some reason, this is all white keys. I get a little lost. I'm gonna do it in parts. Right, so I did the digga digga da, and then I'll do the rest. This part I can do. Almost. There we go. So we just need to open up the first couple of notes that I did on the first take. What a cheater, right? So sorry, folks. I feel really bad about cheating like this. But then again, I'm a producer. And that's what we do. We cheat. We use studio. Maybe the melody on horns. Hey, Tim, I think that's a good idea. I will probably try that next. I'm not a good enough trombone player to play the melody. So the trombone might be just like a solo and some accents. But then I can try some like keyboard horns. I kind of would hate that a little bit because I'm using pretty much real instruments for everything. Like all the keyboards are actual keyboards, guitars are actual guitars, bass is actual bass, drums are actual drums. And then to use fake horns, only if I can get away with them, making them sound very authentic. We'll try. Nice. Yeah, that end vamp, I don't know, it feels like, I keep thinking like it feels abrupt. It feels the ending feels abrupt because it doesn't change. The chords don't change. Yeah. So it does that end phrase at the same chord. I feel like it should have maybe gone to the 4 for a little while and then go back to the 1 for the phrase. But you know what? It's too late now. I've already done it. Almost. Almost. Yeah. Yeah, everybody's doing that end melody there. Yeah, let's cut the organ a little bit before to give a little space so when that end melody comes in, it has an impact. Even before that, we'll let the Moog do its little wee. Yeah, this is sounding nice. Okay, the Hammond was probably not necessary, right? At this point, I'm adding lots of unnecessary things. The song was already cool with just guitars, but I don't only do this for money, folks. I have to admit, I do this because it's so fun. I have so much fun. And this is not even like, I don't have a deadline. Nobody's paying me. I'm only doing these for you guys, for you folks to use them in your videos and stuff. So I might as well make it as good and as fun as I feel like it. You agree, no fake horns, right? Cool. Yeah. Although I have been known to use the horns from Contact fairly effectively, and they sound pretty convincing. And but this song's getting so full already that maybe we don't need it. But the trombone would be nice. So, I'm a little embarrassed because I'm not a great trombonist, folks. I'm actually pretty bad. I like to play around and say that I'm the world's best bad trombone player. Like if you need a really bad trombone, there's no one better than me to do it. It's an ode, Quincas joke. All right. So what are we gonna use? I think we're gonna use the RE20 microphone. That's a good microphone for trombone. Let me set it up. Give me a minute. The RE20. What a great addition to my studio. I hadn't bought like a new microphone in a while, and it's an expensive microphone, so I'd been like resisting. Like, oh, I can use a 57, I can use something else. But then when I got it, I was so happy because kick drums, bass amps, uh, horns in general, everything sounds so nice on it. I'm just super happy to have uh, Electro Voice RE20 microphone. No endorsement. They're not paying me to say that. I wish. I do have stuff that I get for free, mostly synth stuff. Like, look at all that modular synthesizer there. Most of that I got for free for making videos, tutorials, manuals, and build videos. So, Bone. Now, which track is this microphone? Oh my god, I just dropped it. I just dropped my RE20 because it's way too far out in the stand. Glad this thing is built like a tank. Another endorsement for it, right? It just fell right on the ground because I was tapping it to see which input reacts, and that's input 5. Okay, so let's set input 5. Over here. Now tap it again and see that. Yep, it's getting it. It's getting audio. Let's just play a note on the trombone here because it's a very loud instrument. And let's see if my levels are okay. In fact, I'm gonna turn off my vocal mic here so you guys aren't like hearing the full blast. No, it's looking like it's not gonna clip. So there we go. Ow, sorry. Oh, yeah, this vocal mic is getting in my way here to play the trombone. I'm gonna move it out of the way and stop talking for a bit. All right, folks, and maybe you hear my voice a little softer for now. In fact, when I turn this off, you're probably only gonna hear it very softly through the trombone mic. Oh my God, I'm so sorry, folks. I suck at trombone. I'm probably losing all of you at this point. But you know, maybe if you stick around, you'll see how I can turn this really bad trombone playing into pretty useful stuff in this song. I just don't have chops. I can't get high notes. I don't have endurance. I start like not even being able to play at all. So that means I'm not even going to throw this bad take away because there might be some notes that are useful. I'm just going to open up the playlist and try again. And again, I apologize in advance, folks. This is going to sound really bad until I start like editing and melodyning it. But it's worth it. It's worth having the real trombone sound in there. Yeah, I think I need to spray some water on it to get it smooth again. There we go. All right. I hope I'm not losing all of you as I do this really bad trombone playing take. But also, it looked like the levels were okay. So the microphone's doing its job. The preamp is not saturating. And let's try this again. I don't know if you were hearing what I was saying, but I was saying that I think I probably scared everybody away, and there's nobody watching right now because that was some pretty bad trombone playing, really bad. Sounds good. Tim Coggins says sounds good. Thank you. That's very nice of you. It's very encouraging. It'll sound better now, though, once I start editing the hell out of this trombone. But you see, my point here is that sometimes a poorly played real trombone works way better and sounds way cooler than a really well performed fake trombone. It's kind of part of my point with the human music thing. And I should practice. I should do long tones and scales and stuff on the trombone. I think that's this today's experience has inspired me to go back to the shed with the trombone a little bit. Okay, so you know, in order to even be able to stand this, I'm gonna go ahead and melodyne the whole thing. What do you mean activate? I've already activated. I've already okay, activate this computer. Didn't I already do that? Oh, here's my serial number again. It's already activated. Come on. And now everybody's looking at my serial number. Okay. Maybe I just need to quit Pro Tools and start again. Well, it looks like it's already activated. Either way, player, Melodyne player. No, I have Melodyne Assistant. Come on. I'm gonna save and close, and hopefully it'll be activated when I reopen Pro Tools. I think that's it. So I activated my license on this machine, but I never restarted Pro Tools. So it's not still thinking that I don't have Melodyne. But I have Melodyne Assistant, I think, which is the one that lets you use all of the tools, but doesn't go polyphonic. It's what I need, really. I only use it for monophonic stuff anyways. I already activated it. Oh, come on. It has been activated. We're going to quit Pro Tools and activate with Pro Tools. Quit. Close. Quit. Save. And again, I'm going to have to go over this stream afterwards and erase everywhere my license shows up. What's this? Oh, my GoPro just went out because the battery is dead. So we're going to charge the battery for a while. Okay, when this stuff starts happening, it might mean I've been streaming for too long. I think it's already been 2.5 hours. But I do want to end the song today. Come on. MacBook Pro, use iLock. Oh, but I need to use the iLock ID. No, forget it. You're all this computer. To activate on this computer, you must first deactivate another computer from the list below. But I already did it. Activation 2. Deactivate. Huh. Weird. Like I deactivated on this same computer that I'm already using it in. Let's see if that worked. Sorry, folks, to be wasting your time with admin stuff that I should have solved before. But will you agree with me that Melodyne's being a little bitch right now? Here we go. I think it's... Yeah, Melodyne Assistant loaded. Excellent. It's working. Okay, so I just needed to do the activation with Pro Tools off. Okay, so the way we do this is we hit transfer here, and we play the track. For some reason, Melodyne needs to hear the track like in real time. And maybe I'll just make it soft so we're not like bombarded with this horrible sounding trombone. And I'll put some reverb on it. Reverb makes everything sound a little more palatable. All right, here we go. We need less Hammond organ. Less synth bass too. I'm lucky that funk trombone players oftentimes are pretty sloppy too, and they're excited and on drugs, and, and their tone isn't like a classical player or like a really good jazz player. So that means my shabby trombone player won't be too out of place. I hope I'm not saying something like completely out of, what's the expression? Out of pocket. Is that, am I using that correctly? I wonder if Tim Coggins is even still here. Say hi, man, if you are. I wanna know if I've been left alone because of my horrible trombone playing. Okay, looks like the GoPro can come back as long as it's plugged in and charging. So it can fill out that bottom part of the screen there. And if you're just joining, what we're doing right now is we're letting Melodyne analyze my horrible trombone playing. I just played this thing over here. It's actual trombone. I used the venerable RE20 microphone on it. And I'm trying to make a point here that even a poorly played real instrument can be edited and cleaned up and used and sounds way better and more interesting than anything fake, than using a fake trombone. Depending on what you're doing, really. But definitely on this context, funk tune. Alright, that's the tune. So now, when I stop it, Melodyne's gonna calculate, and now it's displaying all of the notes here, right, of the trombone. Now we can select everybody, and we can go over here to pitch center, and boom, and pitch drift, and boom, 100%, right? And that's like the automatic. You know, I don't usually, for like a good vocalist, for example, I wouldn't do it like this. I would actually listen and just make fine adjustments as needed per note. But I'm such a bad trombone player that I'm pretty sure this was called for, to just for us to just even be able to bear hearing this and edit it as needed. Yeah, I'm gonna have to turn the trombone up a little bit so I can hear it. See, right here, this note. Oh, sorry. I had everybody selected. Right? So just move that one up. And right now, I'm not going to worry about timing, right? You can adjust timing on Melodyne, but I prefer to do that after I've tuned all the notes and all the phrases kind of at least fit the scale and sound in tune. Then I will go into Pro Tools. I'll transfer this into audio. I'll have a new track with the tuned trombone. And then I will start editing, cutting it up and putting it, adjusting the placement and the timing of the notes so that they can be useful. And that I'll do in Pro Tools edit page, right? So for now, we're only going to worry about. Well, hi Tim. Thanks for sticking around while I played the trombone horribly. Yeah, I definitely need to practice this thing more. Maybe I need to go through a hyperfocus mode on the trombone like I did on drums and bass recently. Da, 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 da. See? So all I'm doing is I'm not even worrying about if I'm gonna want to use every note that's being played and where it's gonna go. I'm just making sure that whatever phrase I intended to play when I played, that it's I'm fixing the notes so that they reflect that. Let's move ahead a little bit. I'm gonna have to. La ta ta ba dum. Dun dun dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun dun dun. And again, I've been talking about my ability to recognize mistakes so that I can fix them as being an important trait for a producer. And here is another example of that. The fact that I can clearly hear not only when a note is wrong, but also which note would be right, and then make the adequate adjustment. That's an important ability trait for a producer to have. You might not need to be the greatest player performer, as long as you know what sounds good. You can always go back and edit and fix stuff to make it work. Obviously, there's nothing better than actually being able to perform well in the first place. But I think I do okay on drums, bass, and guitar and keys, so that um, it's not so excruciating to fix those instruments. But then on trombone, and if I play flute or any other kind of wind instrument, I'll definitely need that skill of being able to edit and clean up. Wait, I think oh wait, I went way at the beginning again. There we go. See, those are useful phrases. Don, 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 bum, bam, bum, bam, ba-dam. Now this note is all over the place. I'm going to go to the pitch modulation tool and remove modulation so that it stays more steady. If you do it too much, then it starts to sound like a MIDI, like a fake trombone, right? So you have to only use it when it's really necessary and find the right point where it doesn't yet sound fake. See? This note sounds way better now. Oh, there we go. That's where we want that one. Right now I have snap to scale to. I could also remove the snapping so I can move microtonally. So I can use just my ear and move the notes up and down. But right now it seems to be working well to snap it to chromatic scale. Sorry, folks, got one of those spam calls from the bank. They're probably trying to sell me some insurance or something. Da-da-da. Da-da. Da-da-da. Right? Da-da. Ooh. I need to zoom in a little bit. How was it that you zoom in on this thing? I don't remember how to zoom in on Melodyne. How do you do it? Here? Options. Monitor rotating blobs. Show intended notes. Alright, does anybody remember how to zoom so I can see bigger on the Melodyne? I don't remember. Not the scroll wheel, not the right mouse button, not grabbing the bar and moving up and down. How was it? This thing just makes the blobs thicker, which is nice, helpful. What is this? Time tool? No. Node separation tool. No, these are the tools. Settings, undo, algorithm, options. Yeah, I don't remember how to zoom on Melodyne. Sometimes I want to move like a note and the tool changes because of how small the note is. Control and scroll wheel, you think? Control scroll wheel. No, that's just moving up and down. Option scroll wheel, command scroll wheel, shift scroll wheel. No, they just navigate. Oh, should I check quickly? Zoom in on Melodyne. Select the zoom tool. Magnifying glass from beneath the main tool. Ah, okay, cool. So beneath the main tool, there is a zoom tool. Ah, look at that. Thank you, Internet. Just trying to find the right window size for my Melodyne here. So I want to keep the Pro Tools, because that's another thing about Melodyne, and maybe there's a way to do this too, and I should investigate. But you can't navigate on the window itself. You have, if you want to play from a different portion of your session, you have to choose it on the Pro Tools, not on the Melodyne. It would be nice if I could just click on here. Oh, I can. No. See, I click on here, it appears like the cursor comes here, but then when I hit play, it goes back to where it is on Pro Tools. I mean, I'm sure there's a way to do that so that Pro Tools follows the Melodyne selection. Options, link timeline and edit selection. Maybe if I disable this. Nope. In fact, I want this. What I set like a range here. Set replace range to notes. Yeah, I'm just gonna go back to link timeline and edit selection. And at some point in my own time, on my own time, I will figure out how to make Pro Tools follow the timeline selection on Melodyne. This note is just bad. At this point, my lips starting to like get like floppy because I don't have the chops. I don't have the jaw muscles for playing trombone. Where am I? See, I don't even know where I am. I don't know where I am. That's the problem with navigating with Melodyne. Also, I need Melodyne to follow Pro Tools, and I'm sure there's a way to do that too. that I just don't know about. Oh, I'm kind of embarrassed how bad I am. I'm good at using Melodyne to tune, but I'm not good at navigating it. Maybe I'll zoom out. Let's zoom out. There it is. Okay. Let's zoom out on Pro Tools and see where we are. Yeah, I think I might have like moved too far ahead. So I guess I'll just go back to the beginning and continue with the zoom tool back to where we were. I just have to keep track of both bars here. Dun, 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 ba-dun. Bam, 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 ba-dun. Right, so I have to choose the main tune here, tool. Right, these two notes need to go up half step. These notes are okay, but they're soft enough to... Just the texture of a real trombone gives it something authentic, which is better than using fake horns. Right, let's move this note down. One. Oh, where am I even? Pro Tools. I lost again. Yeah, somewhere around here. Where's that cursor? Come on. There you go. Yeah, I gotta keep track. track of both cursors, of Pro Tools and Melodyne. Maybe I wanted this note to be, oh, I want to move it. There we go. This note is here. Almost done, folks, I promise. Here. Those are all my attempts to. Oh, weird. So I cut out the last note. Yeah, those are all my attempts to play the last note like fairly decently. All right, so everything is as close to in tune as I'm gonna get it. So now there's an option on Pro Tools now. Back in the day, you used to have to actually like route this to a new track and record it. But now you can do commit, and commit will simply render that Melodyne, and it'll hide the original Melodyne track. And now we have that tuned trombone on its own track without the Melodyne plugin. See? Which means now we can bring up the clip gain here and start editing and making this fit where it'll be helpful to the song, where it'll sound cool. This note right here. This note right here can go to the intro. See? So now, back in the day, you would probably like load up these into a sampler maybe and perform them with keys or something. But here, Pro Tools is so easy to cut and paste stuff. So this note I don't like, so I'm just gonna erase it. This phrase, I think I played it late. Sometimes I have an idea and I'll perform it knowingly. I'll perform it after where I meant it to go, just so I don't have to like stop the recording and start again. Right, now we'll move this on to the one here. Or maybe just dunk, right? And maybe I don't need the trombone on the intro here. It wasn't sounding great. Wow, surprisingly, all that so far has actually sounded okay. This note, bad. This one, not needed. This not needed, but I'll just mute it. Maybe this note. This one can fit where when the synth does like a similar note or same note. Yeah. And right now the trombone is loud because I just want to be able to hear it really well and know where to put it. But eventually I'm gonna fit it into the mix better. Dun, 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 dun. Or maybe that's the note, right? This note right here. Do we need that? Sounds okay. This one's a little late. Let's fix it. Back, right? Tighter. Also, it has like a false start. It has like a bad attack. There, cut it. Yeah, that sounds way better. Right, we don't need this phrase at all. Just mute it. That all sounded okay, surprisingly. This is a little late. This is also a little late. That's because of my floppy trombone mouth. Fade out here. Let's cut the silences. And don't think I need this note. This was okay so far though, like dun, 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 dun. This one sounds bad. This one I think also sounds bad. Let's see. All of this feels like a little late, a little behind the beat. So we anticipate it a little bit. See what happens. Yep, that sounds a little better. Now this note should match, like I played it late, right? Like I recognized that I needed that note and just played it late, knowing I would need to edit it. This dun, dun, dun. Sometimes there are notes that I'm playing just to try to like find the position on the slide and then play like the note I really mean. And only I know, right? What I was thinking when I played it. There we go. Moving right along. Now here, I didn't quite nail the beginning of the B section or the bridge, I think. But then I did okay here. This is late. Right? Then I can just. Right, this will work in the beginning of the bridge. So let's go back to the beginning of the bridge. Dun. Now, since I didn't play to a metronome, it might not fit the whole way. You know, there might be some rhythmic fluctuation. We'll see, and fix as needed. Yeah, it's a little fast here. We'll move it back. And then open these notes as well. Oh, that was too much. Maybe up to this point. Let's see what that sounds like. Sounds okay. All right, not this note. This is probably better. Yep, I'm just gonna cut this, let it start when it's already more in tune and also more in time. Yeah, there's like a wrong note there. There we go. This is too loud. I'm just gonna use clip gain to bring it down. It's also too loud in the other spot where we pasted it. So I'll do the same there. Boom. I am going to compress this, of course, but anything you can tame with the clip gain before compression will be helpful. I don't know. Yeah, I think I'll leave that little slide there. You know, some imperfections are welcome. Again, this note is too loud. We'll bring it down a bit. Also, these three, too loud. Oh, I'm loving that little bass riff with the synth and electric bass playing it together. I will take out that first note, and this one, these two seem like they're a little late. Move them up a little bit. Also these are all a little bit late because I'm trying to like blow in time, but the note takes longer than I'm expecting to actually come out of this instrument. This is too fast. We'll move this one a little bit back. Zoom in. No. I think the note is going like meow, meow, meow. There, if I just cut it to where it's already done that little gliss, it's tighter. That's too much, it sounds unnatural. Little fade in. There we go. Right? There's always a way. Here's a phrase that just doesn't work. All of this is trash. Bye. This too. This is me like trying to like find a note and tune it before I play it meaning. See, all these are a little late too. I think all this is a little late too. Okay, the first note was later than the other, so we'll return. Remember, I didn't record any of this to a grid, to a metronome. So all these adjustments are being made in slip mode by ear, not relying on any kind of rhythmic indication. So just by feeling an ear. So who's still here? Anybody still watching me work? just wrong. This one is just late. Yeah, a couple of these are just sorry. I'm getting tired, thirsty, and hungry. It's been 3 hours already that I've been streaming, I think. This song is taking forever. So much longer than my other songs. But that's because I love funk so much that I want it to come out perfect. This damn was a little late. This dun is also late. A little bit. See? That seems to be a trend with my playing. I'm always a little bit behind because I'm used to instruments like bass, guitar, keys, where when you pluck, you hear. And on the trombone, when I blow, it's like takes a while for the air to actually like set the instrument into vibration. So yeah, I need to practice this thing. I gotta practice the trombone. Imagine how cool it would be if I was a really good trombone player. And I could like rip a solo here and do like fancy lines and double the melody. Yeah, I think it's my next instrument that I'm gonna like start to really practice. These two notes are a little late. So this note has two problems. It's too loud and it starts like it has a bad attack. So I'm gonna fake a nicer attack by just cutting it and making a little fade. And then I'm gonna bring down the volume and make sure the timing is right. Now here, remember, it's the same notes as on the first bridge. So why don't I go pick those up? And let's see if they work over here. Right, but this is a little bit different because it's the halftime drumming. So it maybe doesn't need this note here. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun. This is a little late. When the guitar goes, dun, 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 it sounds weird, so we're just gonna make it a shorter note. Now, what's this note that was here before? Maybe this was. Yeah, notes, okay. Yeah, I don't want this little pickup note here. We're just gonna go straight with the phone. Okay, this note right here, I don't like it there, but I think it could work right there. Bang, right? It's the same note. And again, it has like a soft attack, which doesn't work for this. So we're just gonna cut that attack and fake a tighter attack. All of this is late, except for those last ones. So let's anticipate. That works okay. I mean, remember, this is going to be softer, so it's going to be more like a texture thing, another element in there. So these imperfections won't be so prominent and audible. These two notes are late. This one's too loud. This one's late. And has a soft attack. Make that attack a little better. This note is loud and late. So we're going to anticipate it, turn it down a bit, and suddenly it works. This is kind of cool. Like a little ear candy effect there. Just gotta find where it goes, 'cause it's not there. I think right with the when the synth bass does like the vibrato thing. Yeah. Or maybe now. I just want to get that good last note. Where's this? There we go. This is the one. we just put it, sync it up with the last note of the song. Maybe this is good for the intro too. No, no good. Okay, all right. Oh, I'm so glad I'm done with that part. That's the most painful part, is cleaning up my horrible sloppy trombone playing. We can make it softer now. There's just one more guy there, kind of like the drunk trombone player dude. And let's start panning things a little bit so I think the clav and the organ can kind of oppose each other a bit, as the guitars are doing as well. Let's compress that trombone. Let's use like maybe an LA2A or a 76. 76 seems to work for everything. All right, now we can bring the volume up a little bit again. Right, this is turning out really nice, folks. And now we're finally at the last element that I've wanted to put into this, which is the talk box. And what I have for a talk box is not a real talk box. It's a talk box synth pedal from TC Helicon. That's this guy right here, right? And we've got an output that we can plug in to one of the inputs in my mixer here. And I can use this with the synth, or I can use this with a guitar. But I'm kind of thinking that for today, it's going to be simpler to use it with a synthesizer. So let me move this mixer over a little bit so it can make room for the pedal. And we need to plug in a microphone. And why not? I already have the RA20 sitting right here. What I'll do is unplug the cable from the RA20, bring the RA20 right in front of the keyboard here, fix it up so it's facing my mouth. All right, let's bring this camera up a little bit so you can. Well, it's already at 47 battery, so that means I can unplug it and accommodate it better. Okay, almost. There we go. See my face too. Oh, here we go. Hello, hello, hello. All right, and I can plug the microphone in to the pedal. Now we need. Oh, who's calling? Oh, jeez, my wife. Give me a second, folks. I'm gonna answer my wife's call. Okay. Sorry, folks. That was my wife. She just wanted to say I love you. Isn't that nice? Okay, now we need to plug the keyboard into here. Let's go to that bass. Oh, here's a nice solid. We'll turn off the delay and the reverb, and we'll unplug it from the mixer and plug it into the talk box pedal. And I need a power supply for this pedal. Let me just quickly find a guitar pedal supply. Give me a second. Okay, so let's see. Wow, 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 wow. Wee, wow, wow, wee, wow, wow. So I think I'm gonna mute my headset microphone so we can focus on hearing if this is working. Right? So give me a minute. Wow. Oh my God, I'm hearing too much latency. Yeah, let me play around with the pedal a bit and see what we can work out. Too much latency, too much, too much. Hello, hello, this is Quincas. My input microphone. I think this mic needs a boost in because it sounds too soft. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hey, you gotta get up to get down, and you gotta get down to get funky. Gotta get up, gotta get up, gotta get up, gotta get up to get down. Hello, gotta get up to get down. Gotta get up, gotta get up, gotta get up to get down, down, down. Gotta get down to get funky. Gotta get down to get funky. Gotta get up to get down. And you gotta get down to get funky. Yeah, it sounded okay. It's sounding okay now. Yeah, I think it's sounding okay. It's just got a little bit of latency. Um, the microphone is this microphone needs a lot of gain, and there doesn't seem to be gain control for the mic input on the pedal, which is unfortunate. So maybe I need to use a preamp first. But I think it's working okay. It's working okay. See? Hello, 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 hello. You gotta get up to get down. And you gotta get down to get funky. It's alright. So this is the last thing I wanted to try with this song. I think it's sounding pretty full, pretty beautiful, pretty cool. And this would be like the last little touch, right? To have like a vocoder, talk box kind of an effect. Maybe I should use guitar on it. I don't know. Hello. But it doesn't really matter too much. And we've already got the keyboard going. So might as well just Just use this and see what happens. Is anybody here? Anybody still watching me 3 hours and 40 minutes into my stream today? It's been another long day making a funk tune. And we're going to call this Talkbox. It's a really cool little pedal, the Talkbox synth by TC Helicon. It's a Talkbox you don't have to stick a tube in your mouth with. So it's pretty cool. A.7 input here. Gotta get up. Yep. Okay, I'm gonna mute my headset mic now, and you only hear on the talk box.
Hello, hello. You gotta get up to get down, 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 down. Gotta get up to get down, down, down. You gotta get up to get down, down. And you gotta get down to get funky. You gotta get down to get funky, yeah. Wow, you gotta get down to get funky. Gotta get funky. Gotta get up to get down, and you gotta get down to get funky. Gotta get up to get down, gotta get down to get funky. Gotta get up to get down, and you gotta get down to get funky. Gotta get up to get down, gotta get down to get funky. Oh, 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 oh. Gotta get up to get down, and you gotta get down to get funky. You know it's true, what I'm telling you. You know it's true, what I'm telling you. Get down to get funky, yeah, yeah, yeah. You know it's true, what I'm telling you. You gotta get up to get down, down, and you gotta get down to get funky. Oh, oh, oh. Gotta get up to get down. And you gotta get down to get funky. And that don't go be down, so that don't you gotta get up to get down, and you gotta get down to get funky. Gotta get up to get down, and you gotta get down to get funky. Gotta get up to get down, gotta get down to get funky. Gotta get up to get down, gotta get down to get funky. Oh, 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 oh. You gotta get down to get funky. Baby, 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 you got to get down to get funky. You gotta get down, down to get funky. You gotta gotta get down to get funky. You gotta get down to get funky.
This is fun. This is fun. It does have a little latency. I might have to adjust the attacks on some of these. And I don't think this is my best performance. Obviously, I'm just trying to, like, getting acquainted with the effect. Let's just kind of hear it, though. Kind of hear it in context. And a little reverb, right?
Wow. You gotta get down. Gotta get down to get funky. Gotta get funky. Gotta get up to get down. You gotta get down to get funky. Gotta get up to get down. Gotta get down to get funky.
Yeah, that kind of works. Kind of works. Kind of works. And let's do another take. We'll save this one. So we'll open playlist. New playlist. Talkbox 1. That way, we won't lose what I did. If for some reason I don't like the new take and I prefer to go back to the old one, we can go back there and edit that and have it be the one. But we're okay. So again, I'm gonna mute the headset microphone so that all you will hear will be the talk box, Quincas.
Oh yeah, baby. It's the Talkbox Quincas talking now. You gotta get up to get down. Gotta get down to get funky. Oh, gotta get up to get down. And you gotta get down to get funky. Gotta get up to get down. And you gotta get down to get funky. Oh, gotta get funky. You know what I'm talking about. You know it's true. What I'm telling you. Gotta get up to get down. And you gotta get down to get funky. Gotta get up to get down. And you gotta get down to get funky.
Okay, I think up to a certain point I like it, and then here I should just start with the melody. Here, dun 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 dun. Gotta get up, gotta get up, gotta
Gotta get up to get down. Gotta get up to get down. Gotta get down to get funky. Gotta get up to get down. And you gotta get down to get funky. Gotta get up to get down. And you gotta get down to get funky. You know it's true what I'm telling you. You know it's true. Yeah. Gotta get up, gotta get up, gotta get up to get down, yeah. Gotta get up, gotta get up, gotta get up to get down. And you gotta get down to get funky. Gotta get down to get funky. Gotta get down to get funky, yeah. Gotta get up to get down. And you gotta get down to get funky. Gotta get up to get down. And you gotta get down to get funky.
Okay, I think we almost got it. I probably should do that last thing, the end riff with the vocoder sound. Anybody here still watching me at all? Come say hi in the chat. Dun 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 go dong dong dun 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 go dong dong. All right.
Get funky. Gotta get down to get funky. Gotta get up to get down. Gotta get up to. Got you. You gotta get. You gotta get up to get down. You gotta get up to get down.
All right, folks. I think it's just a matter of mixing now. Let's have a listen to that take and maybe edit out anything that bothers, and then we'll finally call it with this tune. I think it's ready for prime time. It's the one that's taken the longest to make. Also, I've had the most fun making. It's sounding pretty much like a 70s funk tune. Really enjoyed doing it. Thank you so much, everyone who's popped in and out to check it out, to see me work, learn a couple things perhaps, share and teach me a couple things as well. So fun. I'm loving these daily human music live streams. So, all right, let's check it out. We've got trombone, we've got talk box, we've got synth bass, we've got clavinet, we've got Hammond organ, we've got two guitars, we've got two electric basses, we've got a drum set. There's no percussion. Maybe it would be nice to put a tambourine, or should we just stop it? Stop it with this. Call it a day. Call it a song. I could add, fake horns to it too. There's, maybe some effects like like little vibra slap things. I mean, there could be no end to this song, but I think we've got enough. So let's listen. I'm going to mute a couple of phrases so it's not all the time, so we can focus a little bit on the other things like trombone and stuff. All right. Maybe tighten this up a little bit. Maybe I do need this. Gotta get down to get funky. Yeah, we want that one. Yeah, I don't think I need this trombone note. We do want to, gotta get it down. So whole phrase. Except that I think I sang it on the wrong spot. Hold on. Gotta get up to get down. So this should be like here. Right? Just gotta really nail the timing here. There we go. Alright, that funky all alone, maybe not. let's cut a little bit there. Yes, I think we're finally done, folks. After a whole week, after 3 days, and what's looking like 3 hours today, 3.5, another almost 4 hours yesterday, and about an hour and a half first day. So we're looking at about 9 hours to make this funk tune over 3 days. This is way more than I normally take to make these songs, but it was also way more fun than I usually have. And I have a lot of fun. So I think at this point, let's just have one last listen. And tomorrow, if I do a stream tomorrow, hopefully I will, we're going to start with something else. Maybe a reggae tune. I don't know. If you have any suggestions, post them in the comments of this video once it's up. Thank you very much. I'll say goodbye after we've heard the whole song once through. So let's do it. I'm really enjoying this. It really sounds, has got that vibe, that like 20 people on stage, Parliament Funkadelic kind of feel. All right, let's do it. Yes, yes, yes. That might be my funkiest song yet. And I've done quite a few funky tunes for audio libraries in the past, but I don't think anything quite this stinky. So, good. Thank you. Stay human. See you soon. Bye bye.